All right. Well, good morning, El Dorado County. It is wonderful to see a full house today, and we just welcome you. Today is Tuesday, May 16th, 2023, and it is my privilege to call to order a regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Once again, welcome. We're really glad you're here. We have a really exciting day today, full of celebrations and just lots of honors, recognizing the incredible work of folks in our community. So it's a privilege to have you here with us today. And I'd like to start with the invocation and invite Pastor David Cook from Cold Springs Church. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning.
Thank you for helping us start off our day today.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to lead us in prayer today. So let's pray together. Heavenly Father, in abundance and lack, you are the same and you are enough. Your faithfulness is greater than our circumstances. And when the wells were dry 2 years ago, you were with us. And in the overflowing lakes, rivers, and streams today, you are with us. Give us the eyes to see beyond what is most capturing our attention in the moment, to remind us of the greater world around us and your goodness in the midst of it. Today, there are many critical decisions and choices that need to be made by our leaders in this room and throughout the county. Decisions that will impact communities and personal lives. And I pray that there is a sense of your greater good at work in the details of today. I pray there will be wisdom that will see beyond the immediate to the necessary, that will lead to blessing and prosperity for our county. Whether abundance or lack is at play, bring wisdom to bear. And I continue to pray for protection of our schools and businesses in an increasing culture of violence that we find ourselves in, where mental and spiritual instability too often leads to violence. And I pray for the prevention of destructive acts against those in our county. I pray for discernment and awareness for our law enforcement officers throughout all branches overseeing our safety. I pray against the evil that would seek to kill and to steal and destroy life and goodness. I pray that you would protect those who protect us, and to be at peace, over their families as well. Be with the students and the parents and the educators and administrators in our schools as we come to the end of the school year, and all the stresses and the joys and the challenges that are a part of that. And for all of our first responders and fire and ambulance and medical services, give them the strength to meet the physical and the emotional demands of their jobs in protecting our community. And thank you for the men and women of our military who are serving here and throughout the world. Help them to act justly and righteously and fairly as they protect our freedoms. Protect them from harm and bring them home safely to those who love them and await their safe return. And thank you, Heavenly Father, for the great privilege of living in such a blessed, abundant, and beautiful place as we do. I pray that you would continue to bless El Dorado County, its political and business and social services, educational, community, first responder, and faith leaders to build an even better, stronger, and more unified county that will bless all those who live, work, and play here. Open our eyes to our blessings today, Heavenly Father, and help us to be a blessing to those that you bring into our path. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Pastor.
David.
Appreciate that start to our day. Supervisor Turnbull, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll now move on to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. Are there any supervisors that wish to make any comments or make any changes to the consent calendar?
No changes from District 4.
No changes. No changes.
Madam Chair, I would like to pull item number 17.
All right, we will pull item number 17. Great. At this time, Kim will take public comment on the consent calendar. And just as a reminder, if you would like to comment on the consent calendar, please let us know which item number you are commenting on.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. I would like to speak about item 31. It's just a comment for the county. As we all know, board, this is a very big deal. You know what, there would be a situation sometime where this would be on department matters because it's so significant. But I understand that that the chief of probation is going to be coming to the board to speak about his budget shortly. And this would be inclusive in that. So I don't have anything to further, just to point out how important 31 is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, for your comments. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board for action.
Adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar with polling item number 17 for discussion.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, with that, we will move on to item number 17. Supervisor Lane. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm jumping the gun here today.
Item number 17 comes from the treasurer tax collector recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign amendment 3 to agreement for services with Host Compliance LLC, a subsidiary of Granicus LLC, for a contract price and extending the term 1 year to June 30th, 2024 to provide short-term rental, address identification, rental activity monitoring, tax audit support, compliance monitoring, and 24/7 rental hotline support.
Supervisor Lane, you pulled this item, so I'll give you the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to get some clarification from staff as to how this software is being utilized or how it will plan to be utilized. It's $100,000 contract, and I want to thank the tax collector, Karen Coleman, for your efforts in reducing that significantly, about 20% reduction from the year before. So I appreciate that, but it is basically $100,000. And I just want to make sure that we're getting good use of it. So I'm wondering if, Madam Tax Collector, if you can just describe to me how you interface with Host and what the benefits are in using the software.
Good morning, Karen.
Good
Welcome.
morning. Karen Coleman, Treasurer Tax Collector of El Dorado County. So we entered into this contract back in 2020 so that we could find unpermitted VHRs. And we do that by sending reports to Host Compliance on everyone who has a permit, business license, and TOT certificate. And then they run through a scenario in this software and they send us back information about who is unpermitted. So we can find those folks and then we do TOT assessments on them. Over the life of the contract, we've assessed and collected approximately $600,000. So the contract actually pays for itself. But as the years go by, those assessments and those collections kind of they'd start to diminish. We also use the software for audit purposes. So every year we do a number of random audits to ensure that people are paying their appropriate TOT taxes. And the system allows the hosts to upload their documents into the system so that bank statements and tax returns and those kinds of things don't have to be passed on through the mail. So there's a level of security for the hosts when they provide us with their documentation. I know that Karen's here and Linda, I don't know who's going to speak, but the planning and building department also uses the software to do some of their code enforcement activities.
Excellent. Well, again, I appreciate your efforts in working this one down. Do you think that there would be a point in time in which maybe we would do an RFP for this type of service, knowing that there's other providers that provide this service and perhaps more economically?
I mean, we could do an RFP, but I don't know that we have to, because the amount of the contract may give me enough discernment to just enter into a contract without an RFP.
Okay.
But I have been in contact with 2 other vendors who provide this service.
Excellent. Okay, yeah, I just know there's a lot of competition out there in the market. Host Compliance was merged with Granicus, and since that time, they're not as laser focused on the host compliance software. I am aware that the county planning department, at least up in the basin, has reached out to Granicus and asked for some enhancements, and they're not, it's been 8 months and no reply. So those are just things that I'm concerned about when we look at this, but I would be very interested in maybe looking at some different companies that provide the same service. They're a little more attentive.
Yeah, and anytime anyone in another department has a problem with one of the vendors that I'm in a contract with, if they, I don't hold anything back. You all know that. I will contact them and make sure that what we're asking for at least gets addressed. I don't know if they'll be able to do it for free.
Okay.
I'm not sure what they're asking for, but I'm always willing to interject on somebody else's behalf.
That's great. I appreciate that. And then I do have some questions for code enforcement. There are something like a backlog of about 300 known illegal vacation home rentals that are in some of your code enforcement officers' queues. And I'm just wondering how you interface with the host compliance software and what the process is.
Good morning, Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. I'll have Linda come up as well and give a little more detail, but kind of a broad overview is we use the host compliance. Previously, it was used on a complaint basis. So if we received a complaint in code enforcement that there was a VHR that was operating illegally, staff could go in and look and confirm if that was the case, and compare to our list of folks that have VHR permits. As you recall, when we did an overview of the VHRs, a month or so ago, there's 3 things that they need. 2 things from treasurer tax collector, the business license, TOT, and then the 3rd thing is the VHR license from our VHR team, which is within planning and building. So it's been pretty recent where we've shifted now to this focus of being more proactive with illegal VHRs rather than just waiting for complaints to come in. We are now looking at these reports and comparing those ones that do not have the proper permits and being proactive and sending them out letters. So that's recently started. That's new. So our staff is just now getting into more of the generating reports for that purpose. And Karen and I have been talking, and with her expertise, I think she can help get our staff up and running to more efficiently use those reports, use host compliance to actually send out letters rather than us having to do it on our own. They'll do it for us. So we're just kind of starting that. So it's sort of a new level of review that we're doing. And Linda can come up and give you more details on numbers.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm just going to stand up here because this is my contract and my item.
Good morning, Linda Jorgensen, Code Enforcement Supervisor. So we started with extracting reports from host compliance around the first part of April 4th, I believe it was. And since then, we have opened up about 30 cases. we have called out the duplicates. And the duplicates often are because they'll have many different listings under the same address. So we've eliminated all of the duplicates, and the spreadsheet now is under each of the officers' areas. Each officer will be researching and opening cases after the investigation that's provided from the host compliance report. So currently we have 2 officers, myself and the officer Danielle Soto that's in the Tahoe office, that's the most familiar with VHR compliance efforts. And so Danielle and I are in full training mode. We have training this week, we'll have training next week, and each officer will be opening the cases for all of the unpermitted vacation home rentals, short-term rentals for the county.
That is really good news. I appreciate that. Is there a reason why it wouldn't be more efficient to use host compliance to send out those letters and take that pressure off of your staff? Maybe automate that part of it?
If we can get to the point where the notices are inclusive of everything that needs to be inclusive, sure. We'd need to see that host compliance can, provide the templates. One of the issues that we have, however, is that if it's a second report for unpermitted, because we do have several cases for unpermitted within an 18-month period of time, the fine would be increased. And I'm not sure that host compliance would have that information. So that's just one of the things that I'm thinking may be one of the hurdles.
And I understand in code enforcement, you do a lot. You have a lot of ordinances that you enforce, and short-term rentals is just but one.
Correct.
So how high on the priority list would you say enforcing illegal VHRs is?
That's one of our higher priority type of ordinances and compliance efforts. And one of the reasons for that is because short-term rentals, the public are in these premises. We need to make sure that they're in safe conditions. Often what happens with these unpermitted short-term rentals that we're finding, there's previously permitted work where final inspections were never done. There may be unpermitted work such as additions or conversions for extra bedrooms. That's one of the things that with short-term rentals is they want as many bedrooms as possible. The more people, the more they can charge. So often additions, conversions of unpermitted space, and that type of activity is done. So when we research the unpermitted, we also research for all the other issues. Unpermitted hot tubs, which involves electrical, any unsafe conditions. So they don't have fire department inspections. So the safety aspect of those homes is very important to us.
But the first thing you cite for is the fact that they're operating an illegal vacation home rental,
Absolutely.
irregardless of what other condition the property is in.
Yes.
I would hope that the condition of the property doesn't slow down the process that they're operating an illegal VHR. They're separate silos, I would think.
Yes, the cases are open concurrently. So yes, vacation home rental compliance efforts, including all the notices. Yes, that does take priority.
Okay.
As far as the 2 tandem courses.
I appreciate your sharing of that information. I know that within the ordinance, it just says if there's a complaint, if there's a violation of any number of things, noise, parking, garbage, illegal VHR, et cetera, that they're to contact the local contact. And that if they have further problems, they can contact the sheriff. There's no mention of host compliance, except for on your website, there's one line that says, if the problem continues, you can contact host compliance. So how many complaints have we received through that hotline in 2022?
Oh, gosh sakes. I'm not sure the exact number, but in going through host compliance hotline last week, I believe there was probably 25 to 30 complaints.
And what do you do with those?
We contact each of the reporting parties.
Okay. All right. Well, it's good to hear that it's being utilized and it's being enacted and it's a high priority in the code enforcement division. Really appreciate that information.
Sure, welcome.
Thank you, Linda.
So did that answer all of your questions about this board item?
Yep, all 27.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much, Linda and Karen. Appreciate you being with us. Any other board questions or comments about this item?
Yeah, I would just like to commend our treasurer tax collector for bringing this program forward back in 2020. We had a very haphazard process prior to that. And we have been able, through host compliance and other efforts for the treasurer tax collector's office, to collect a lot of the TOT we would otherwise not see.
Right.
And that's a major benefit to us. So if it's time to go out for an RFP and look at competition, I'm all for that. Recognizing this extends the
Just 1
contract
year.
out through June, then
Just 1 year.
I'm guessing that RFP process is about 6 months. So we need to make sure we start it in a timely manner, consistent with that. But pardon, one?
Thumbs up.
Oh, thumbs up. Okay. I just said 1 month. I go, wow, hey, that's a record. Let's capture that process. But no, again, thank you for all your efforts. And I think this is just a continuing effort to look at how we reduce our costs and do a more effective job. And those are all positive things. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Kim, let's take public comment on item number 17.
Now taking public comment on item number 17. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you, Kim. We'll bring this back to the board for action. Do I have a motion?
I'm happy to move approval of item number 17
I'll
as
second.
presented.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Appreciate it. And with that, we will move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation, number 34. Kim, would you like to call that into the record?
Of course. Item number 34 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Emergency Medical Services and Emergency Preparedness and Response Division, recommending the board consider the following. 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing May 21st, 2023 through May 27th, 2023 as Emergency Medical Services Week in the County of El Dorado. And 2, receive a presentation by the El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority and the California Tahoe Emergency Services Operations Authority, recognizing the contribution and dedication of certain emergency medical services nominees for outstanding contributions and dedication to their respective organizations.
Always an item we look forward to.
It is.
Welcome.
Wonderful. Good morning, members of the board, Mr. Livingston, Ms. Schmid. I'm Christine Guth, the acting EMS agency administrator. And today I'm joined by members of our team as well as members of the county's emergency medical services system. And we are privileged and proud to recognize the week of May 21st through May 27th as Emergency Medical Services Week with a local proclamation. So after I read the proclamation, leadership from our 2 joint powers authorities will recognize individuals for their impressive contributions to the field of emergency medical services. Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado, recognizing May 21st, 2023 through May 27th, 2023 as Emergency Medical Services Week in the County of El Dorado. Whereas since the creation of the California Emergency Medical Services System and the Pre-Hospital Emergency Medical Care Personnel Act of 1980, the Emergency Medical Services Authority has existed to provide leadership in the development and implementation of EMS systems in California. And whereas the emergency medical system, or the EMS system, provides an integrated and coordinated system to provide optimal care from emergency medical response to definitive care for all ill and injured individuals. Whereas an emergency team is comprised of law enforcement, dispatch, fire rescue, ambulance services, hospital facilities, and medical personnel, many of whom are unpaid volunteers who devote their lives to saving the lives of others. And whereas these teams, including emergency medical technicians, EMTs, paramedics, nurses, physicians, administrators, and health educators, are working together to continuously improve skills. And whereas on a daily basis, emergency medical personnel, including physicians and mobile intensive care nurses, play a central role in providing online medical control to pre-hospital providers and provide and/or assist definitive emergency medical treatment. And whereas the County of El Dorado Emergency Medical Services Agency is effective in reaching its mission of ensuring that those experiencing a medical emergency in the County of El Dorado have the best chance for a meaningful recovery from illness or injury by way of high quality, cost-effective, sustainable, collaborative, and data-driven EMS system. And whereas Emergency Medical Services Week seeks to bring together the El Dorado County community and medical personnel to publicize safety and honor the dedication of those who provide the day-to-day life-saving services of medicine's frontline. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim May 21, 2023 through May 27, 2023 as Emergency Medical Services Week, passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado at a regular meeting of the board held the 16th day of May, 2023.
Oh, thank you, Christine. I love that. Medicine's front lines. I
Absolutely.
love that. All right. Good morning and welcome.
I think if you are.
Oh, perfect. Thank
Yeah,
you,
that'll
Kim.
work better.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we can't
We
pick
have
you
a
up.
lot of
Yeah.
wonderful awards to give out. That's fantastic.
If you hear your name, just walk down here so that, yeah, run down. So Chief Lakenheim can give you your award.
Thank you, Kim.
Here you go. My name is Christy Jorgensen, and I'm the Executive Director of the El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority. It's my pleasure to be here before you to recognize our EMS providers on the west slope of the county for EMS Week 2023. During the last calendar year, your fire-based El Dorado County EMS system on the west slope responded to a total of 20,141 emergencies, including 139 structure fires, 1,182 other fire types such as vehicle and wildland, 427 hazardous material incidents, 2,307 public assist or service-related incidents, and 16,086 medical emergencies. Our El Dorado County EMS system has not been exempt from the challenges facing EMS across the nation, including a shortage of experienced firefighters and paramedics, extended patient ambulance offload time at our region's hospitals, and an increasing demand for emergency response in our post-COVID world. Our ambulance system recently reopened one of our units after an 8.5-month period of shutdown due to staffing challenges faced by one of our local fire agencies. Despite these challenges, our EMS system and the individuals serving our community continued to respond to these emergencies, providing the advanced life support care our community has come to expect from their first responders. We would like to take this opportunity to recognize just a few of those outstanding individuals. We recognize CAL FIRE Cameron Park Fire Department's fire apparatus engineer paramedic Justin Finley for his efforts on and off incidents. He has excelled as a new field training officer and taken on the challenges of keeping the department up to date with their new county protocols. We recognize El Dorado County Fire Protection District's firefighter paramedic Nicholas Kushner for his excellent assessment and treatment of a 16-day-old infant suffering from breathing problems. We recognize El Dorado County Fire Protection District's firefighter paramedic Tyler Yost and firefighter EMT Christopher Klingelholtz for their excellent care of an individual who suffered a traumatic fall and required CPR. Unfortunately, their patient expired, but he was an organ donor and saved the lives of others. We recognize El Dorado Hills Fire Department Captain Paramedic Dan Nelson. On the morning of January 24th, 2023, Captain Paramedic Nelson boarded the 7:30 a.m. Hawaiian Airlines Flight 59 from Sacramento bound for Maui. Approximately 3 hours into the flight, Captain Nelson overheard a frantic call for any emergency personnel to assist. Dan identified himself as a paramedic, and the flight attendant responded with an abrupt, "I need you right now." Dan arrived simultaneously with the surgeon from Kaiser Roseville Medical Center to find an unresponsive 69-year-old female in cardiac arrest at the back of the aircraft. The two confirmed with each other that she was indeed in cardiac arrest and began resuscitative measures. The doctor began CPR, and Captain Nelson called for an AED, which quickly arrived with a flight attendant. Dan attached the device, defibrillated the patient as advised by the AED, and within 2 minutes had a successful return of spontaneous circulation. The patient's vital signs returned to normal, and the patient immediately regained consciousness. Aside from a little post-CPR chest discomfort, the patient was doing well. 2 additional doctors arrived while attempting post-resuscitative measures to provide assistance. Dan then attempted to contact the airline's medical control via satellite phone. Because communications were extremely poor, Dan was forced to improvise by relaying communications through the pilots and air traffic control. These efforts assisted the flight crew relaying medical orders such as oxygen, IV fluid therapy, and patient positioning. The flight crew was also taking measures of their own, which included increasing their flight speed to shorten the time in the air and prioritizing an emergency landing by arriving at the closest possible runway to emergency services. Upon landing, approximately 1.5 hours later, Dan communicated his findings and treatment to the arriving fire and EMS crews. Care was then transferred to the transporting agency without incident. We recognize El Dorado Hills Fire Department Engine 87, Captain Paramedic Brian Ferry, Firefighter Paramedic Joseph Forehand, and Firefighter Paramedic Sean Kellogg, and Medic 85 Firefighter Paramedic John Van Dalen, and Firefighter Paramedic Richard Edelman. On March 21st, 2023, at approximately 6:15 a.m., Engine 87 and Medic 85 were dispatched to the El Dorado Hills Sports Club for a report of a male having seizures. They arrived to find a male patient undergoing bystander CPR with an AED application on the pool deck. Responding personnel assumed care, continued advanced cardiac life support, and transported the patient code 3 to Mercy Folsom Hospital. Later, the patient was released from the hospital with no cognitive deficits and a new aortic valve. We recognize El Dorado Hills Fire Department Engine 87, Captain Paramedic Mark Ali, Engineer Paramedic Dale Hemstoff, and Firefighter Paramedic Drew Scroggins, and Medic 85 Firefighter Paramedic Justin Chima, and Firefighter Paramedic Michael Huerta. Engine 87 and Medic 85 responded to a young pregnant mother at the Valley View Apartments. Engine 87 arrived and initiated patient care for the mother and potential delivery of a newborn. Firefighter Scroggins initiated and maintained primary care with the assistance of Firefighter Chima and transported the patient to Mercy Folsom Hospital. During transport, approximately halfway to the hospital, delivery was imminent. Firefighter paramedics Scroggins and Chima were able to aid in delivery of a newborn baby boy. During that delivery, there were complications with the cord that they were able to address. Medic 85 met up with labor and delivery nurses at the ER doors with a healthy baby boy. We recognize Garden Valley Fire Protection District's engineer paramedic Corrine Staves for over 26 years of exceptional EMS service to the Garden Valley Fire Protection District and its communities. We recognize Georgetown Fire Protection District's Captain EMT Teresa Snoke for her efforts on a full code at an art gallery just down the street from the fire station. Captain Snoke was in her office and jumped into action to aid the patient. The patient was successfully resuscitated and made a complete recovery. We recognize Rescue Fire Protection District's Captain Paramedic Joel Warman for his professionalism and dedication to rescue fire and the surrounding community.
All right. All right, good morning. So my name is Mike Blank and I'm the unit chief of the CAL FIRE Emerald El Dorado unit. And in this capacity, the current chair of the West Slope JPA board. I'll just close out real quick by saying that so often the day-to-day work, the grind that our folks go through is done behind the scenes, not necessarily in shadows, but the way it probably should be, kind of a behind the scenes, under the radar kind of an activity. Too often that when what we do comes into the public light is for something negative because somebody misbehaved or we didn't meet the standard that the public expects of us sometimes. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity this morning to be able to daylight some activities, some of our actions in a very positive way, and recognizing some of the work that our men and women do on a daily basis. So thank you for the time this morning.
Ryan?
Good morning.
Good morning, board. My name is Ryan Wagner. I'm the executive director for the Cal Tau JPA, and thank you for your time. And I'll get to it. We have the battalion chief from Lake Valley, Station 7, is going to try and zoom in for his recognition, if that's possible. If not, I know the name to recognize, although I don't know what goes along with that. Do you want that off? Steve Pavanage.
Yes.
Yep.
Are you seeing him, Kim? Yeah. Oh, perfect.
Just promoting him to panels.
Right.
Okay, great. Well, I'll start with EMT Paul Mutz, if you could please come up. The Cal Tau JPA is recognizing Paul. He came to us through our apprentice program from the community college in South Lake Tahoe. He's a graduate of the community college EMTs program in the fall of 2021. He briefly worked as a medical scribe for a base hospital before coming to us. With no field experience, he was brought to us as an EMT apprentice for 2 months. He was a quick learner and it was an obvious choice to move into our 911 system following successful completion of the apprenticeship. Paul's personality has made him a company-wide favorite. So it was an obvious choice when he was tasked with starting our company's fund committee, hosting social events, organizing employee appreciation, recognition, overall morale building. He's currently pursuing his private pilot's license at flight school and is also contemplating attending paramedic school, which we hope we can convince him one way or the other. Most recently, we have a meeting at our station this week, and he'll be presenting station shoes where he put everybody's name on them because they're supposed to take off their boots when they come to the station. So Paul comes up on these things on his own and presents them to the committee in cooperation with our operations manager, Amy Troitline. So thank you, Paul. Thank you. Paramedic Mindy Watson. Mindy is one of our recent hires coming in with 4 years of experience. She quickly promoted onto the 911 rigs. Within her first 6 months employed with us, she successfully completed field training academy, FTO, through the El Dorado County LIMSA, and as the JPA's first critical incident stress management representative in over 6 years, directly working in systems intervention to mitigate the impact of a stressful event, accelerate the recovery process, and assess the need for additional services. As a member of, Tahoe Sierra Regional SISMs, she meets monthly and representatives from the region and from local fire agencies and base hospitals, working collaboratively to ensure the mental health needs of our region are met, including recruiting 2 other Cal Tau JPA employees and incorporating SISMs awareness into our monthly trainings and meetings. Thank you, Mindy. Paramedic Matt Kiefer. I'll first read a letter. I think we got this maybe a week or 2 ago. This first went through the office here at the county. Dear Matt, this is Rob. I'll leave out the patient's last name. You saved my life on February 7th, 2023, when I had a heart attack at the Marriott Villas. Thank you so much for you and your team for your expertise and professionalism. I am now 8 weeks out of feeling great and hoping for many more years with my family. Words will never describe the night for me. Your calmness and talking to me, sorry, it's blown up, the whole way kept me alive. Thank you again, Matt Kiefer. He had a long transport that was there wasn't a flight available, so he transported from South Lake Tahoe to Reno with this patient. Matt Kiefer is a paramedic with us. Matt's been with Caltala for 6 years, rising through the ranks, and is now serving as a shift lead and field training officer, also a preceptor and our CQI representative. And most recently, our training lead, including getting qualified to instruct ACLS, PALS, and BLS, and clinical educator provider. In addition to being an excellent supervisor and trainer, he's a superior medic. We recognize Matt and thank you for your efforts. Now, if we're able to get Chief Pavanage from Lake Valley. Thank you.
Chief, do you want to unmute yourself and turn your camera on? There we go.
There he is.
Good morning, Chief. Thank you for being with us via Zoom.
Thank you for having me. I apologize for not being there in person. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and the CAO's office for allowing us the opportunity to recognize one of our personnel. This person started his career with Lake Valley Fire Protection District as a professional firefighter paramedic in 2016. Prior to that, he was a volunteer for many, many years, back when we did have a volunteer program. I want to nominate and recognize engineer paramedic Christopher Hang. He has been a valuable asset to our department. He quickly assumed collateral responsibilities in the EMS world of the fire EMS ambulance system, and his collateral responsibilities include field training officer, CQ, continuous quality improvement organizer, and instructing EMS classes. He will continue to fulfill these roles, although he will be in the in more of an engineer paramedic capacity, and that is the end of my presentation for Chris Hang. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for being with us, and privileged to recognize the good work in your community.
So with that, just really want to thank you for the opportunity to acknowledge a small sample size of what our emergency medical services personnel do on a daily basis. So just one more time, if we can just acknowledge everyone.
Thank you, Christine, and just a hearty congratulations to everyone that was recognized today, and to all those that are, behind the scenes and supporting the incredible care for our community. We so appreciate your efforts. I'd like to ask any board members if you'd like to comment.
You want to get public comment?
Oh, then we'll bring it back to the board for our final comments. Let's do that. All right, let's open up to public comment at this point.
Now taking public comment on item number 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom that would like to come down and comment?
Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you. I will bring this back to the board for comments. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I would, having served on the El Dorado Hills Fire Department Board of Directors for 33 years, I can positively say there is no better emergency medical service than our fire-based EMS system in El Dorado County. We have outstanding personnel. We have outstanding leadership and management. We don't have as much money as we'd like to have. That's always the case, but we somehow manage to administer the program with the best positive results for the community. So my heartfelt thanks to all of you who serve in that capacity. You've done a wonderful job. Just keep doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Parlin.
Just really quick, want to express our deep appreciation for emergency medical services team and for being there for our communities in their biggest time of need. It was so well expressed today, what you do for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Turnbull.
I just want to thank every one of you. I was a volunteer back in the 70s and 80s for the El Dorado Fire Department in El Dorado, and then they merged Diamond Springs and El Dorado. So I want to thank you for all your efforts and stuff. And response time is very, very critical. It really, really is. And you guys put your life on the line to save others. So I want to thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to special shout out to Chris Hang, who they just recognized. He's a third generation Tahoean, and I grew up with some of his aunts and his mom. So that's kind of cool. We have a different system up in Tahoe, a little bit of a hybrid in that our emergency medical services ambulance is run by a JPA and is outside of the fire department. And I know that that's something we're looking at, analyzing kind of what is the best approach. But to the other supervisors' comments, just we are so grateful for all of you that have dedicated your life. And I have a friend in the audience who is the epitome of gives of her time freely. She's professional and qualified, but she's on the clock 24/7, including rescuing dogs. And it's just so important what you do in our communities, and a sincere thank you.
And today, as we heard all of the accommodations and honors and recognition today, I was blown away by the lives that you have saved and the lives that you have changed. It's incredible. When you save a life, you don't just save that one life, you save a family, you save a community. And people are enjoying their daily life because of your efforts. And that's incredible. A mother's raising a child because of your efforts. Thank you. It takes a village to care for a community. And I can think of no better way to dedicate your life than in this line of work, being on the front lines of care for our community. What you do, every single one of you truly matters. So thank you, thank you for, being willing to be an apprentice and start out and then continue to grow, through the fire service or through any part of our emergency medical system. You are a critical link to our community's health and well-being. So our just deep gratitude for your work. It truly matters. And we're very, very grateful. So thank you for allowing us to hear of the work that has gone on this year. And just thank you for all of your efforts. It truly matters. So, and who would like to move this proclamation?
I would.
We all want to move this proclamation.
I was like going to try to get there before we did our ovation.
Okay, here's Supervisor Parlin and seconded by Supervisor Turnbull. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you all for being with us today and for the good work you do. Carry on.
Yeah.
You guys say hi really quick.
Yeah. It'll take just a few minutes to clear the room.
Leona, Ryan.
Yeah.
What do we gotta do? Oh, okay. Okay.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Hey.
Yes.
But now he'll never get off. So that's
Can you tell him it's a life commitment?
Yeah, I'm in here too.
What happened to the beard?
I'm not taking
You okay?
Congratulations, guys. Good seeing you.
No, I'm in.
We will. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you for there. Thank you, Karen. About that. Yes, I think so. Wonderful. Doing Memorial Day next. No, we'll do Canada Day. Okay. And then doing Memorial Day proclamation.
Wow, the whole room cleared out.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we use it. You guys look good out there.
About raising the flag.
We should have had more, we should have
I
had.
know,
done
right?
him first, so everybody would
We
have been
should-
here.
We should have done it backwards.
Yeah, we should have done backwards. So that way it would have had more people.
Okay, we will. Oh, we lost our board. Wait till they
You've
come back.
lost control.
I have lost control. Yes.
Did you ever have it, really? I mean, look at this group.
Come on.
So was it okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you.
There.
Seriously. Well,
Yeah.
I hope it was okay. I'm like going, I thought I got it.
They're beautiful. Thank you.
I was coming from that perspective. It just confirmed it.
There you go. Sorry.
It's good. So, yeah.
Very, no, they're terrible, terrible.
Not doing that, but they're beautiful. Thank you, Ed. Okay,
Real bad.
we are all back. Well, we have so many feel-good items today. This next one is not a feel-good item, but it's a privilege to honor this next individual. So with that,
Can we put a ball and chain on him or
Right?
what?
we will move on to our 9:30 time allocation, number 35. Kim, would you like to read this, please? Sure.
Item number 35 comes from Supervisor Parlin recommending the board, one, recognize Kenneth Payne on his retirement from El Dorado County Water Agency, and two, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing Kenneth Payne's dedication to public service and congratulate him on his retirement.
And so with that, I will turn that over to you, Supervisor Parlin, who is the chair of the El Dorado Water Agency.
Thank you for that. And yes, it is my bittersweet honor to read this proclamation.
Ken, why don't you please come forward so we
Yeah.
can have you down front and center as we honor you.
Yeah. All right. Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado in recognition of Kenneth Payne for his outstanding public service. Whereas Ken Payne began his leadership role in El Dorado County as the general manager of the El Dorado Water Agency in 2015, when he was asked to unretire from his successful career spanning over 30 years of water-related issues in both private and public service. Whereas Ken's expertise and understanding of the relationship of water to the economy, to the environment, and to public health allowed him to share his passion for planning our water supply for future generations and sharing that knowledge and vision with others. Whereas agencies and organizations within the county, the region, and the state and federal governments recognize Ken's passion and vision to build partnerships and relationships that result in projects and programs that are critical to the health and well-being of our residents and businesses. Whereas not only does Ken's list of accomplishments include securing the Fazio water supply contract and developing the 2019 Water Resources Development and Management Plan, he has stepped up to assist local communities with the impacts of the recent extreme water conditions of drought and flooding by partnering with the Grizzly Flats Community Services District to recover from the catastrophic loss of their water supply infrastructure, and also partnering with the Cameron Park Community Service District to address flooding during historic rainstorms. Whereas any recognition of Ken would not be complete without mention of his affinity for fine dining and a good cup of coffee, which is appreciated by all and will be handy as he re-enters retirement to spend more time with family and especially Gia, his wife of 40 years. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors for the County of El Dorado does, with deep appreciation and gratitude, recognize Ken Payne for his significant and enduring contributions to the county. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado at a regular meeting of said board held the 16th day of May, 2023. Did you want to say anything,
Yeah,
Ken?
well, thank you. For the very personal proclamation. So, well, as you know, I'm usually not a person that has a loss for words, but I am today. So last night I thought of, what I was going to say, but I walked in the room with a blank head. But a lot of it has to do with our relationship that I think we've had together. So I want to thank Board of Supervisors for your support and the recognition that the value of water resources and countywide planning for flood, not just water supply, it really expands on what we do. And also a recognition of the CAO's office for that relationship, that nexus that we have with the economy, the agricultural land use, and recognizing there needs to be a cohesive strategy. And I hope that continues as we move forward. So, the service to the county this has been one of my, I would say, no patronizing at all. This is probably my favorite gig that I've ever had as a service because of the community. I came up here not knowing a soul, and then somebody convinced me to come on as an interim, just for a few months. And 3 years later, I give them a plan. And our board, our water agency board, we typically had 5-0s. Sometimes we'd get a split vote, but not very often. And during one of my presentations on the reorganization of the agency, so I could walk out, I got a 0-5 vote. Yeah. So, and so a few days later, someone convinced me to come on as a general manager. So thank you, board. Thank you, Brian Veerkamp, for creating this gig for me. So thank you, and thanks for my wife for the support she has for letting me unretire.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
I think we'll take public comment and then we'll bring it back to the board for board comments. I know we
Okay.
all have plenty to say here. And then after the board comments, then we'll come down and we'll present Ken with a proclamation and do a photo op.
Awesome.
Now taking public comment on item number 35. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Brian. Thank you for being with us this
Good
morning.
morning, board. Brian Veerkamp, prior board of supervisor and probably the one that caused all this. No, it took all of us. We were very fortunate. And at the time I was chair of the water agency, but we had very good participation from all of you and others as well. And the water agency was just sort of out there. And I think we knew we needed somebody that was connected, committed, and had the ability to do just about anything, including go to Washington, DC and demand attention. We found it right here with this man, Ken Payne. He did an excellent job with 2 or 3, maybe 3 trips to DC on the Fazio water and got something done that had not been done for 28 years. And it took the 29th to get it over the finish line, but we did it. And, numerous other projects. He made El Dorado County a spot on the map, still is and will be going forward. I think we're in pretty good hands with Rebecca, but unfortunately for us, he's irreplaceable, but I do have his number.
Yes.
And he's sort of like me. He never says never, and he doesn't say no very often. So we're very fortunate and blessed. Ken is just an outstanding individual with a big heart as well, and that's a lot more to be said than anything we can say about his ability here, because just the individual he is, and his wife's a lovely lady also, and they have a great family. So thanks for this opportunity, Ken Payne. Thank you very much. I know we're probably never done because we never say never. So thanks again for the opportunity to talk to Ken. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, thanks, Brian.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. I appreciate this opportunity to be able to honor Ken. And here's my prepared discussion or my comments. I've known Ken directly for over 10 years. I first met him on an ag tour and told him that coincidentally we have the same name, K. Payne, P-A-Y-N-E. I asked him about his family, thinking we might be in a family tree, long lost cousins. He told me about his background, including his service to the city of Folsom. I believe it was 10 years. I also know that our paths crossed while I worked for county DOT during that time period. His family is involved in agriculture in the valley, also trucking, and he has a very close knit family, which is no way like mine, since I've traveled all over the United States and never really stopped in any place until I came to El Dorado County. My origin started in Ohio. His origin, I understand, is Guam. Also, his family ties and his responsibility to his family continues as he retires. I want to thank Ken for giving me the opportunity to know him. I also know that he went to the University of Pacific and got a degree in civil engineering. I went to the University of Davis and got a degree in civil engineering. Coincidentally, we do have a lot of common things. So I want to congratulate him for the time he's spent in El Dorado County. And I appreciate the fact that you're honoring him today on his retirement from the water agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the other K Payne.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, Leo Bennett Cochon from Shingle Springs. I don't really have the honor of knowing Mr. Payne, but I do know contentious water issues growing up in San Diego, Colorado River watershed. And my compliment is I've never heard the water issues like hitting front page news and everything. And I think your proclamation and the emphasis on family and all those positive you're speaking to, Mr. Payne, illustrates to me, hey, things are in good hands when it comes to water up here. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board, and I see Supervisor Turnbull has his button.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Right?
I really don't. You sure you don't want to unretire again and come to us? You know, Ken, you've done a great job, and it's been a real privilege working with you, especially with the Cameron Park issues. It's been going on for decades down there, 50 years plus. The drainage problem has been an ongoing thing. So thank you for working with me and try to solve that problem. And I hope we can get it solved. It's too bad you won't be around when it does happen. And thank you for all your efforts in Grizzly Flat. I mean, it's been a big issue, especially with the water agency up there. And also making sure that we get the grants to be able to remove all the dead debris in them certain areas so they have adequate water flow. So I don't know what to say. You're awesome. I can't thank you so much for all your hard work and efforts that you put in El Dorado County Water Agency. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull. And Supervisor Parlin, thank you for writing that proclamation. It was really well done and just a privilege to honor you today, Ken. Like you said, it's completely bittersweet. And our community will never know the depth of your expertise, your professionalism, your skills, and what you have done to secure the future of El Dorado County. I mean, we can talk about it in proclamations, we can look at it in presentations, but they don't do your work justice. What you have done literally has secured the future of El Dorado County, from water security to the protection of our watershed. And it's been an absolute, personally, it has been an absolute privilege to learn from you, to be able to go to Washington with you and be in those meetings with the Bureau of Reclamation and our legislatures and our congressmen, and see how you work, see how you operate, see how you advocate and elevate El Dorado County, not only for our sake, but for our region's sake and for our state, because water connects us all. We are not, an island unto ourselves, and you have driven that home. And you've also helped us build relationships with our regional partners, which is so very critical, especially as we move into really a heightened understanding of how important water is, as well as the management of it. It's because that is from our droughts and our extreme weather systems. It is, we have a new heightened awareness of the need to do that. And so you have put us in a really good place to capture that heightened awareness for the sake of our residents and for the sake of our region. So just immense gratitude to you. We couldn't have gotten here without you, and you're leaving it in good, capable hands. And, as free board members of the Water Agency, we pledge to work with the new leadership to carry your work forward. But just wish you and Gia and your amazing family much joy in this next phase of your life. You've earned it, you deserve it. And your family is also, inspiring. So just much gratitude to you.
And you're only a phone call away too.
And we've got your number.
We all have your number.
And we know where you live. Which is here in El Dorado County.
Right.
So with that, we did have a write-in comment.
Oh, yeah, thank you for that. I've got all.
I wanted to comment too. I was just.
Yes,
so
of
sorry.
course.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so Ken, thank you very much for all of your hard work and successes in supporting El Dorado County and our seeking new water sources and proper distribution. You were incredibly wise in basically canceling another organization that became outdated and unuseful, so we could really focus through the water agency to make things happen. And that's something very few political leaders are ever able to do, is to close off something that's been operating for years and move the direction of the organization towards a different goal, so to speak, and accomplish those things. So you're not only very wise and astute in what you're doing, you're also a decision maker, and obviously with the board's support, accomplish that. So one of the few times I've ever seen a governmental agency dissolve and kind of go away. That's infrequent, but thanks to your efforts and all the board at the time, I think that was the right move in hindsight. And thank you for all your contributions.
Well said, well said. And before we move the proclamation, we do have a special write-in comment from someone that couldn't be here, but would like to be. So this is from our former CAO, Don Ashton. Ken, congratulations on your retirement. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but wanted to say thank you for your partnership and support during my tenure as a CAO. And more importantly, thank you for all you've done to benefit our community. Your leadership and collaborative approach to assisting other agencies, including El Dorado County, the Grizzly Flats CSD, the Cameron Park CSD, and the Fairgrounds, to name a few, have provided long-term benefits to El Dorado County residents beyond what anyone likely realizes. So thank you, and best wishes to you and your family in now your second retirement. Don Ashton. Appreciate that, Don. Appreciate that. So who would like to move the proclamation?
I'll move
With
it.
that,
Oh, you
I
can
would
move
like
it.
to
She
say
moved
just briefly that you're right. It was a very personal proclamation
was.
because when someone touches your lives and the communities, how could it not be personal? So thank you, Ken. I just can't say enough how much I've appreciated your leadership. And honestly, I've learned so much, and I hope that I'm a better advocate now because of what you shared with me. And I appreciate your patience for my learning process. So with that, I'd like to move this proclamation.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank
All right,
you.
Thank you.
So we're gonna get a photo?
Yeah,
You get a photo.
Let the proclamation will get it. Thank you, Carla, for getting a photo today.
Yeah.
All right, come on down.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, come on down.
I'm not coloring, I'm having makeup issues.
Right. This is for
we can borrow you
you.
again.
You can. Well, you're never gone, right? He's gonna screen his call. Oh.
I'm not sure. Which camera.
I know.
My wife's kind of pushy.
She's allowed.
Oh my God. Are we in?
You made it?
Come on, Brian.
Yeah.
You too, bro.
Very good. Thank you. Oh, it's for you. And I did reach out to Shiva. She just has a lot going on. So she
I
couldn't
know.
make it, but
George, thanks.
It's been a pleasure, man.
Good miss you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Phone call away, right?
yeah.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have our last. Yes.
Mhm.
All right.
Really good. Agenda well today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that? It's all
Did
working.
it.
It's all working. Yeah.
Okay.
It really is. Got emotion.
So we're moving right along. Good job. For our 10:30 time allocation, we will go to number 33, our Memorial Day proclamation. Kim.
Yep.
Item number 33 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation to recognize May 29th, 2023 as Memorial Day in El Dorado County, a day to remember and honor those that have died, those that are still missing, and all who mourn the loss.
Thank you, Kim. And this official proclamation will be read at the Memorial Day celebration on Monday by Supervisor Turnbull will be representing us. But it is also very fitting and appropriate that the Board of Supervisors reads the proclamation here at our meeting, commemorating those who have died defending our country. So it is my privilege to read it here today. A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors proclaiming May 29th, 2023 as Memorial Day in honor of those who answered the call to defend our freedoms. Whereas Memorial Day serves as a solemn reminder of the devoted men and women who have paid the ultimate price to purchase our precious liberties and sacred freedoms from the scourge of war and its bitter aftermath of sorrow. And whereas the origins of Memorial Day can be traced back to 1865 during the Civil War, where several hundred Union soldiers died as prisoners of war before Charleston fell. On May 1st of that year, these soldiers were commemorated by a parade of 10,000 participants, where over 3,000 school children led the effort, carrying armloads of flowers and singing patriotic songs. And whereas between 1866 and 1868, Decoration Days established the practice of placing flowers on veterans' graves to honor our noble heroes who fell in the struggle for the preservation of the Union. After World War I, this observance officially changed from Decoration Day to Memorial Day with the intent to honor and commemorate all those who have died in all U.S. wars in defense of our liberty and foundational freedoms. And whereas, at its core, Memorial Day is a time for all Americans to remember the ultimate sacrifice paid by American soldiers and their families who bear the burden of life without them. As a grateful nation, may we honor their sacrifice by dedicating ourselves to the preservation of liberty, as we recognize that our flag does not fly because the wind moves it. Rather, it flies with the last breath of every soldier who died protecting it. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim Memorial Day, May 29th, 2023, as a day of hope for permanent peace. And let us recommit ourselves to upholding the enduring principles that our country lives for and that our fellow citizens have fought and died for. Above all, we can honor those who we have lost by living up to the ideals they died defending. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado at a regular meeting held the 16th day of May, 2023. So, well,
Yeah.
it's always
Yes.
a sacred reminder to all of us.
Yes.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm honored to be able to read that proclamation on Monday, the 29th. And also I had some bricks made for my family. My great-great-grandfather, who brought 8 wagon trains across, was also a member of the Union Army,
Wow.
a wagoner and scout. My grandfather, World War I, my great uncle, World War I. My uncle Warren, World War II, that took the 3rd Marines into Hiroshima on the USS Millette. And my father, Glenn Turnbull, one of the chosen few. So it's an honor to be able to do that proclamation. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you for their legacy of service. That's incredible. And Supervisor Lane, I understand you're going to be in Tahoe on
I will.
Monday?
I will.
And is there
Yes.
ceremonies up there you'd like to promote?
Yes, we have every year, big ceremony.
At what time is
Well
that?
attended. It's usually 11 o'clock in the morning.
That is same as ours on
Yeah.
the West Slope. That's wonderful. Best wishes to both of you. So with that, Kim, let's take public comment on this item. We have our exciting next item coming up, but we'll finish up this Memorial Day proclamation. If anyone, Kim, wants to provide public comment on
Now-
item number 33.
Now taking public comment on item number 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning, Leo.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan from Shingle Springs. I would also like to express my appreciation to Supervisor Turnbow for putting this on the agenda, and I'm sure all of us could add family names. I do have one request, which you may or may not honor. Historically, it wasn't until the 1990s that the Charleston acknowledgement, which is in this proclamation, was read back into the historical record. It was found by David Blight, an historian, and my request is that you add the significant fact that he highlighted, that the first celebration in Charleston, and I'm sad that this is controversial, was mostly Black citizens. Historically, the racetrack at Charleston had been a POW camp for Union soldiers, and unfortunately, almost 300 died. The Black newly freed slaves were the only ones left when the Confederates abandoned the city, and they buried everybody in a mass grave behind the stands. Once the Union troops arrived, these same slaves exhumed their liberators and reburied them in in a cemetery and honored them with the historical facts in your proclamation, which is a parade of 10,000 and 3,000 children, but the vast majority were Black, celebrating liberation from freedom, which we continue to work on, and as stated in your proclamation, a permanent peace. And our society is so polarized now that this divide, which is like our original sin, I feel should be addressed in your proclamation by adding 2 simple words: mostly Black. Thank you.
Thank you for your heartfelt comments, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning again, board. I just want to also say a couple of comments about this proclamation. Certainly, I do thank Supervisor Turnbull for putting it on, but I also appreciate that it's your full board that is going to honor this date. Another perspective that I wanted to add was, as I've told you before, I was in the submarine service on the USS von Steuben, who was a American revolutionary on a fleet ballistic missile submarine, which essentially is a nuclear deterrent that protects us. What that is that we go out and stay on station and then move to counter station, and that's our 3 months. It's not a very fulfilling life in that while we're away from our families, we certainly miss them deeply. I did 5 patrols, but to honor this date, memorial service, is to understand the losses that have occurred in the submarine service. And I respect and believe that inclusive in this proclamation is the submarine thresher and the loss of lives for in the submarine service. And so I do appreciate the fact that I had this opportunity to respect this date and also to comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. All right.
There's no additional public comment.
Bring this back to the board to move the proclamation. Actually, I'd like to move this proclamation.
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, and our hearts go out to all of those this Memorial Day weekend who continue to defend our liberties, and to those who have played the ultimate sacrifice to make sure that we as Americans can live free. So, all right, and we have another full house, and it will be a privilege to welcome our next item, the Older Americans Proclamation. We have about 5 minutes before our 10:30 time allocation. So does anyone want a brief break?
Yeah, please.
Okay, we'll be back at 10:30 and look forward to celebrating all of you.
Oh, he's home.
Yeah, he said home.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Boy, it is a privilege to have you all here today. Good morning and welcome to the Board of Supervisors. It is truly an honor to honor you today and the good work that is being done on behalf of our community. So with that, Lizbeth, would you like to, oh, okay. I apologize. Good morning, Timolyn.
Good morning, Supervisor Thomas, Board of Supervisors.
Yeah.
I'm Timolyn James, Deputy Director.
Let's announce the item.
I just got all excited with all the excitement in the room and I am just not doing this correctly. So let's let Kim read the record and then Timolyn will take it away.
Item 36 comes from Health and Human Services Agency on behalf of the El Dorado County Commission on Aging, are recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing May 2023 as Older Americans Month in El Dorado County, 2, present a certificate to each Senior of the Year nominee, and 3, announce a 2023 County of El Dorado Senior of the Year.
Much better. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so I'll start. The proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado recognizing May 2023 as Older Americans Month in the County of El Dorado, aging unabound. Whereas the County of El Dorado includes a growing number of older Americans who contribute their strength, wisdom, and experience to our community. And whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds have the opportunity to participate and live independently. And whereas the County of El Dorado recognizes the need to create a community that offers services and supports that older adults may need to make choices about how they age. And whereas County of El Dorado can work to build an even better community for our older residents by not limiting our thinking about aging, exploring and combating stereotypes, emphasizing the many positive aspects of aging, inspiring older adults to push traditional boundaries, and embracing our community's diversity. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim May 2023 to be Older Americans Month. The Board of Supervisors urge every resident to celebrate our older citizens, help to create inclusive society, and accept the challenge of flexible thinking around aging. So I would now like to introduce the Chair of the Commission on Aging, Elizabeth Powell. She will announce the Senior of the Year nominees.
Thank you so much, Timolyn, for that beautiful proclamation. Good morning, Lizbeth. Pleasure to have you with us today.
Thank you. Good morning. All right, I'm getting organized. All right. Thank you to Timolyn for the introduction. Members of the board, distinguished nominees, guests, I am Elizabeth Powell, Chair of the Commission on Aging. Before I begin, I would first like to have the members of the Commission on Aging and our special advocates please stand, because I would like to recognize them for their knowledge, their commitment, and the energy in advocating for older Americans in El Dorado County. Thank you. Now, the 2023 Senior of the Year Award for Outstanding Volunteer Service to the community includes 12 outstanding nominees. These prestigious nominations are being presented to acknowledge outstanding commitment and dedication to volunteerism during these past 2 years. I would like to thank the COA members who have served on the selection committee, Steve Shervy, Bob Camrath, and Marshall Alameda. It was not an easy decision. Now, for the nominees. It's my honor to introduce all of the nominees for this year's awards. As I read your name, please come forward and receive your certificate and then return to your seats. Once all the nominees have been recognized, Supervisor Thomas will announce the winner. Thank you all in advance for your selfless contributions to the people of El Dorado County.
Do you want me to come down there at this point, Liz?
Yeah, come on. Okay. First, we have alphabetically Kathy Adams. Kathy's heart and much of her volunteer. Wait a minute, Kathy, I'm talking about you.
You can't go away.
Kathy's heart and much of her volunteer work has been going on since the Caldor fire took her home and the community of Grizzly Flats. Taking a leadership role in her community, Kathy has taken on being an advocate to rebuild the post office and is considered the queen of outreach. She links up Grizzly Flat residents with available services such as the Salvation Army, the veterans, and Caldor resources. While she couldn't do it last year in 2021, she made sure that all the inmates of the El Dorado County Jail received Christmas cards. Thank you. Our next nominee is Cheryl Breitweiser. Oh, there you are. Cheryl is from South Lake Tahoe resident and dedicated volunteer. She's a member of the Bread and Broth Advisory Board and is the co-chairperson for the Bread and Broth for Kids program. Cheryl has been a major contributor to the Bread and Broth for Kids program since its inception in 2015. During the pandemic, the program provided over 400 food bags weekly to Lake Tahoe Unified School District students. The Bread and Broth for Kids program would not be as efficient or as effective without her. Cheryl is extraordinary and devoted in her role to easing hunger for children in our community. Next are Maureen and Jim Carter. I'll talk about them while they're coming down. Residents of El Dorado County for over 45 years, Maureen and Jim have dedicated their lives to their community and volunteerism. In the last 2 years, Jim and Maureen have supported organizations such as the Boys and Girls Club, MORE, Marshall Hospital, and schools throughout the region, El Dorado Chamber of Commerce, and the Building Exchange. This couple does what they do not for recognition, but because they believe it's the right thing to do for their entire community. Our next nominee is Wynema Conley. Wynema is a quiet servant, pouring out her love and tireless service to the community. Wynema has been volunteering for many years. Her past volunteer experience include Value Village Thrift Store, benefiting MORE, Workshop, and Snowline Hospice. She is currently working with the El Dorado Senior Nutrition Program, cleaning tables, and distributing lunches to the seniors. Her official volunteer hours are weekdays from 10 to 1, but she gives much more than that to the seniors who enjoy the Senior Nutrition Program. Congratulations. Our next nominee is Lon Milka. Lon has been a resident of Cool for 29 years. He is currently on the board of directors for the Auburn Lake Trails Property Owners Association. I hope there's an acronym for that. Lon gives countless hours as a board member and wears additional hats in the community as a volunteer. To honor those who gave their lives defending their country, hang on, people. Lon planned a special Memorial Day event in the community, which is now an annual event at the trails. He also worked to build a memorial in honor of those who gave their lives. This monument will be dedicated this Memorial Day. Additionally, 2 to 3 days a week, Lon volunteers his time at the Carmelite Monastery in Georgetown. In his spare time, he's a member of the Knights of Columbus. Thank you. Congratulations. Judy Monasteer. We're going to get that other knee fixed real soon. Thank you very much. Judy is a founding member of the Sierra Wildlife Rescue. She's rehabilitated, I need it, hundreds of animals and birds, including hawks, crows, foxes, turtles, and opossums. Is it possums or opossums? I don't. Opossums, thank you. In the last 2 years, Judy always gives at least 30 or more hours a week to this wonderful organization. Judy has been on the Sierra Wildlife Board of Directors as treasurer, and she's also a team leader for the education team, the medicine team, and the dove and pigeon program. Excellent. Thank you. Carmen Moya Peterson. Oh, there she is. Carmen has been a resident of El Dorado County for over 36 years. She's dedicated the last 17 of those years to volunteering at Snowline Hospice Thrift Store. Over the years, she has taken on many different roles at the store and has spread her time volunteering at all 3 of the stores. Her current role supports the jewelry department, where she is responsible for sorting, pricing, and putting together jewelry donations. She does so much for the store. Her friends say, truth be told, she is the real gem of. All right. And we have Matt Nunley. All right. Matt is a valuable resource to his neighbors in Grizzly Flats who lost everything due to the Caldor fire. He's modest and selfless. He has set up a mill to deal with the fallen trees, using them to build storage sheds for his neighbors in need. All the costs associated with building these are out of his own pocket. For those still living in Grizzly Flats in their RVs, these sheds provide a place to store tools for rebuilding, for canned goods, and for household supplies. Congratulations. Is Robert Williams with us? No? All right, we're going to move on. I believe that is all the members of nominees who are here present with us today. Oh, thank you. For Maureen Dion Perry. Thank you. Maureen Dion Perry. Hold your applause. She's on vacation in Italy right now. I mean, you know. Accepting the reward for her is Pat Vanderkeer. Peg. Now, let's talk about Maureen. Maureen is a longtime resident of El Dorado County. She currently volunteers with Housing El Dorado, Empty Bowls, Upper Room, and El Dorado Progressives. Since her retirement in 2014, Maureen's commitment to her community projects has multiplied many times over. An advocate for the unhoused for many years, Maureen put in massive time and energy toward the opening of the Navigation Center and creating a new safe parking project. So wherever you are, Maureen, congratulations. There are other nominations here that I'd like to read, even though they're not with us today, their certificates will be sent to them. Robert Williams is a community advocate from El Dorado Hills. He gave his time and support to those 55 and older. He's a volunteer with Carson Crossing and Area Planning Advisory Committee and works toward wetland preservation and the risks posed to endangered species. His friends say that he's the top 10% that do all the community work and that he's devoted to his passion for community involvement and then keeping the powers that be accountable. So congratulations to Robert. And two more, Karen and Stu Wilson were also nominated. This dynamic duo has done many volunteer activities in El Dorado County over the last 25 years. Stu flew his private plane on many missions to help the El Dorado County Sheriff's Department with search and rescue, and Karen has been instrumental in the startup of the Sew for Vets, sewing countless quilts, care kits, and etc. for military veterans, both active and retired. They are known to their friends as some of the kindest people and will step up to help their friends with various projects whenever needed. Congratulations to Karen and Stu Wilson. And alphabetically, but not in any way else last, is Norma Wilson. Norma is a longtime resident of El Dorado County and volunteers with the Marshall Hospital Auxiliary. She served as on the board and as the president of this wonderful organization. For many years, Norma ran the gift shop, which was equal to a full-time job. Under Norma's leadership, the gift shop earned thousands of dollars and contributed them back to the hospital for its various projects. It's estimated that during the last 20 years, Norma has volunteered well over 22,000 hours. Guess where she is today? Volunteering. Okay, and here's the envelope.
How in the world can you choose? Oh, my goodness.
I don't do these things because I wouldn't be able to.
No way.
So excited.
Drum roll.
This is truly. Sorry. This is truly an honor because what esteemed company, incredible work on behalf of all those nominees, just incredible gratitude. So the Senior of the Year for 2023 out of all those distinguished and deserving nominees goes to, drum roll please, Jim and Maureen Carter. Well deserved, well deserved.
Congratulations to each and everyone.
Yes, of course you get to talk. I got you. Oh, yes. And yes, you get to talk.
After we get this picture, if all the nominees will come forward, we'll have a picture.
Say a few words before we do that. Big, large picture.
Okay.
Did you want to get the picture? No, this is okay.
Jim, would you like to say a few words? Oh, sorry. All right, here you go.
Okay, thank you. First I would like to thank the committee, and I don't know how you come to this vote, because in listening to all what the others did, I would have voted for one of them, to be honest. But I do appreciate it. We both appreciate it. And we've had the good fortune in the last 45 years or so we've been here to get involved in some of the great organizations. And made some great friends. Some are here today. And it's just, we've been the beneficiary of all this, of, like I say, friends and organizations. Just met with, it's such a giving community, this El Dorado County. I don't know what, there's over 200 nonprofits that are just as an example of the giving for this area. And we're just proud to be a small part of it. And again, we greatly appreciate this award. And I know Maureen wants to talk.
Thank you very much to the committee. And I agree with Jim. I mean, just listening to the stories here today, I mean, we're also fortunate to live in this community where there's so many caring and helpful people that it's wonderful. It's one of the best decisions we ever made 44 years ago to move to El Dorado County. So thank you very much.
We want to have all the nominees come up here for a picture before we turn it over to additional comments. All right, come on down.
And please remember that there is a reception downstairs for everyone, all the guests and their families. So as soon as this photo op is done, please join us downstairs. My commission members will guide you down there. And please enjoy the wonderful food, and we'll have additional comments there as well.
Well, this job would go. Oh, you want us all to come down? All right.
One more. Just one. Congratulations all. Congratulations.
And if everyone would still stay seated, I know the board members would like to share a few comments with everyone before we adjourn to our celebration downstairs. So.
Can I get public comments?
Yes. Yeah. We need proclamation, and we want to offer a few more comments.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, we have a little bit more business to do. The Board of Supervisors has to pass the proclamation that we announced earlier. So that will be a bit of business from the Board of Supervisors to pass our proclamation. And then they are going to adjourn and join us down for our luncheon.
Elizabeth for supervisor. Well done. Thank you so much. All right. First of all, we'll take public comment on this item and then bring it back to the board to move the proclamation. And then we'd like to offer a few comments ourselves. So Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Would anyone in the room like to come on down and make a comment on today's honors? Come on down. Morning.
Good morning. Toby Madison, Grizzly Flats, California. I'm never afraid to make a comment. So getting to the point where I'm aging now and grays are coming in and the stresses of life have taken over, you know, to see the volunteers and just the amount of people when you get older, I mean, your time and your ability to do things, you know, it hinders, and to see the passion and just the ability and the strength, it's amazing. You know, it gives me strength to persevere through times when we have disasters and people are hungry and sick, and you know, it gives us passion and strength to persevere. Sorry. To be able to persevere through some of these trials and tribulations we have in El Dorado County and see the amount of people that are giving out of the freeness of their heart, it just baffles me. It really does. We need more of this. And to be able to be here, it's going to give me that drive and passion to keep going. So I hope one day that, you know, I can do it justice as well. But thank you, everybody. Thank you truly from our hearts. Thank you.
Well said,
Well
Toby.
said.
Well said. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? I know we have a couple comments online.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning, Leo.
Good morning, Supervisor Thomas. I retired at 67, so it's an insight to me that I'm considered kind of aging and an elder at 55. So I really haven't even figured out retirement at 70, and I'm looking forward to that. I love this feel-good moment. I love the framing of the top 10%. You know, that term is used in terms of economic disparity, but to hear it as a positive in terms of volunteer energy, especially listening to all the service to our neighbors at Grizzly Flat, to students, to more, to the Boys and Girls Club, to hospice, giving back to seniors, the faith community, vets, the wildlife. Love the timber mill, and special shout out to those that help the homeless upper room and the navigation center, as well as our wonderful medical care at Marshall Hospital. So thank you to everybody in the room. I was wishing that I was there with you, and tongue in cheek, you have a bell to stop us too loquacious people. I think you need to get an electronic drum roll. Thank you for taking my comment.
Good idea, Leo.
There's no additional public comments.
All right, thank you all. And we'll bring it back to the board to pass the proclamation and to offer comments. And District 2, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to thank for all your efforts, especially when it comes to, you know, the community. And you're very valuable. You really are. You've given your heart and soul to help these people in dire need. So I want to thank you. I mean, you know, I mean, building the sheds out there, you know, that you've done is absolutely awesome. You gave them hope, especially these people who are living in their RVs. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And Toby, opening up the Grizzly Den, totally awesome. Giving it back to the community. You guys done a great job. You really have. And I want to thank you for all your efforts. I really do. And I want to thank everybody in this room for all their efforts. You guys done an awesome job, especially when it comes to our community and our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, it's now called Older Americans, as we all recognize, right? It used to be seniors, but older Americans. But I just want to express my appreciation to all of our older Americans who continue to give back to our communities. Being the volunteers associated with the Commission on Aging, the outreach that goes on, the people who participate, the nominees at today's meeting. This is one of the greatest events that we have in a yearly cycle, is to recognize our seniors and all the great accomplishments that they continue to make in our community. And it's kind of amazing because the people I talk to after retirement, they go, I wasn't this busy when I was working, because they're so engaged in giving so much of themselves, so much of their heart, so much of just their time in helping others. And particularly some of the older Americans who are older than they are, who need some of that extra attention and help. So to all of you who've contributed towards that effort, my heartfelt thanks. Doing a great job. Let's just keep it up. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Heidel. Supervisor Perlin.
El Dorado County is known for its volunteerism. It really is. And this shows it. And that's what makes us so unique and special, and why we all love our community so much. We're all very engaged. And I just want to give a special thank you to Liz Powell. Because when I got in office, Liz reached out and she quickly became my appointee to the Commission on Aging. She quickly became the chair. And I told her, well, watch out for this one because she's a firecracker. And Liz, thank you for keeping in touch and keeping me informed. You and I have had great conversations to connect, and that's what it's all about, these connections, and because seniors don't operate in a silo. Our youth are connected. Later today, we're actually having our youth commission here, and you have been that glue helping me support you. And so I just want to say a special thank you to you. So.
Said Supervisor Perlin. Supervisor Lane.
Well, I want to second Mr. Toby's comments. Couldn't have said it any better, but I just personally want to thank all of you for your volunteerism as well. I don't think older Americans necessarily, or seniors, is the best title, but I think the most respectful title is you are our elders, and you have set a high bar for us. You're experienced, you're wise, and you're giving it back. And so I, like Toby, would like to follow in your footsteps. Thank you for your volunteerism.
Well said, well said. Wow, I'm rather speechless. I'm
what?
I know, I'm really speechless.
Really? No. You got some reserve. We know.
But I'd also like to echo my colleagues' thanks and thank our Department of Health and Human Services for bringing this forward and supporting this. Other parts of the world honor older adults better than we do in the United States. We haven't always done a really good job at honoring those who have come before us and that are giving of themselves. And so I absolutely love that El Dorado County is at the forefront of recognizing all of you for your time and your talents and your heart for our community. And as we're all older Americans up here on this dais, well, except for our county council. But the Board of Supervisors is right along with you. And I don't know about you, but as I get older, it's there's all kinds of transitions in life. And I think we are constantly searching for our passion and purpose, and to look outside of ourselves and to give back to a community that we love is the greatest purpose of all. And you all are paving the way and meeting so many unmet human needs that the county, the local government, the state, our federal government could never fill. And so your work is so important because you are heart to heart meeting the need from neighbor to neighbor. And there is no greater connection than that. So thank you for all of your work. It truly matters. And it is a privilege to honor you today and to recognize your good work. And so our heartfelt gratitude to you. And we look forward to joining you for lunch to congratulate you and thank you for being here. So with that, who would like to move the proclamation?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Let's give a standing ovation to our
Yes.
nominees. So with that, we will meet you downstairs in the conference room, and the Board of Supervisors will be back at 1 o'clock for open forum and our afternoon session. So with that, we are adjourned for lunch.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim, and good afternoon, everyone. We are back and just in time for our open forum time allocation. Welcome, glad you're all here. And Kim, would you like to open us up to open forum?
Of course. Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
This time is now yours. Anyone who would like to address the board on anything not on our agenda today?
Jonathan, you won the prize.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon, Wendy and board. God bless you all. Hope you had a good lunch. I want to talk about mental health and mental illness. In my 50+ years of working as a minister on the streets, it's a half a century. A half a century. What could one learn in a half a century, 50 years of dealing with? Nationally, they say that the mental illness, those that are non-volitionally, it isn't some, they get blamed for their behavior, but it's usually, most of it is non-volitional. It's really wrong to blame them, but they self-assess about 1/3, but the reality is more like 2/3, 3/4 in different degrees. There's a girl currently that walks down the sidewalk from living in the bushes behind Smith Flat, just talking, waving in the air. We don't even know her name. She's pretty new. I do a Bible study there now, 3 years now, every Tuesday and Thursday at 3 o'clock. I stay till 5:30 and get to love on all of our friends and human family that quite a number believe in the Lord Jesus. I just gave a ride to somebody that overdosed twice last Sunday, not just once, twice on fentanyl in the same 24-hour period. I got to give him a ride. That was a blessing. I only charged him half price and like $3 a mile. No, I didn't charge him anything. I told him I'd like to take him shopping or show him just a little bit of the Lord's love that could shine through me. And then I picked up another person that overdosed this morning at the ER. 4 overdoses in less than a 7-day period. Thank God for Norcan, and thank God for you all passing the temporary homeless shelter. And I'm hoping that it's temporary to become like our baby teeth, to become permanent teeth. We are years and years and years behind in dealing, especially with the mental health aspect of the homeless. And so I said I wasn't going to talk about the NAV Center now, but wait till 2. But you've done a great deed. And Jesus said, inasmuch as you do it to the least of my brethren, you did it unto me. God bless you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate your comments. Good afternoon, Marcus.
Afternoon. So with the imminent threat of Project Frontier over, many in the community are looking for answers still, but that's not why I'm here today. The work's not done yet. I want to make sure that our message is clear, that it's not that these facilities don't belong in our backyards, it's that they don't belong in anybody's backyards. To that end, I'm calling for a 24-month commercial warehousing moratorium for the county. We've learned a staggering amount about these types of facilities over the last few months, and that the trucking corridors that they create. But there's a lot more to learn. And what we do know is that the county is ill-equipped to deal with it right now. What I'm asking you to do is to enact a moratorium so that you can have workshops, you can bring in experts, you can educate the staff and yourselves
on the problems that these create, things that we were all unaware of before a couple months ago. We also need reform on our zoning definitions. That's very clear, and that's an issue that was brought up with Project Frontier. When these zoning laws were enacted, the idea of COVID and online shopping at the scale that Amazon does couldn't have been conceived of. I mean, that would be like trying to explain jets to people that lived in the dark ages. It was not something that could be conceived of. So that needs to happen. We also need a law about setback for these types of facilities before that moratorium ends. We need a 2,000-foot setback from property line to property line for sensitive receptors, homes, schools, daycares, elder care facilities, hospitals. And we need that setback for the trucking corridors that they create as well, because that was the biggest issue, or at least one of the biggest issues for Project Frontier. And the final thing that we need, no NDAs with private entities or developers. There's no excuse for the fact that that happened, that there was a lack of transparency coming out of the county. I have a lot of questions, but there's still work to be done. So I want to get down to work. I want to start working on this. Our group, Citizens in Support, wants to work with you. We don't want to go the ballot measure route. I know that you've all been in a situation where you couldn't talk about this or felt like you couldn't talk about this, but that's over. So let's start getting down to work to make sure that we don't have to deal with this in the future, and that whether it's El Dorado Hills or Placerville or Cameron Park or South Lake Tahoe, that this doesn't happen again for all of our community members, because what's happened in places like the Inland Empire is tragic and horrible. And we want to be able to devote our resources to help them, but we have to help ourselves first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Whitney.
Hi, Whitney Worthington. I know we're all breathing a sigh of relief now that Project Frontier is behind us, but there's always going to be another project around the corner. And we aren't against development, but we're against ill thought out development that puts our community at risk. We need to have responsible growth that fits within our community. There are now thousands of homes that surround the business park that were never there, when it was designed back in the 80s and thought about. And we need, first of all, to update our zoning definitions. Like Marcus said, e-commerce, the way it is now, was never conceived of when the business park was created, when these zoning definitions were created. And we need to relook at the zoning, not just in the business park, but around the county, because obviously there's open plots of land around that are adjacent to homes and schools. And with that thought process for the business park, there is a high school zoned, for that land in 2028, 2030 is when they're estimating it needing to start being built. And we need to think about what we put in the areas around that to ensure that that high school can be built, that our level of service on our roads is not impacted to the point that that desperately needed high school can't go in. We also, like I said, we need a 24-month warehousing moratorium so that the county can really dig in to what we need in our community, what is safe for our residents, not just our children, but our elderly residents as well. And we all need to work together to ensure that El Dorado County is a safe community that we want to raise our children in. And to that end, we need transparency. We need to be able to work with you on these issues, and there can't be any more NDAs or secretive behavior. We want to come to you and we want to work with you and be open and have a dialogue about what the next steps are for our community. But it's really hard to do that when we feel like there isn't trust there, or that there were all these behaviors in the past that we are unsure of where you stand now. So in order to have fruitful discussions and work together to make these changes and protect our community, we need there to be open, transparent government. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Anyone else in the room? Hi, Mitch. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, Miss Wendy. Board of Supervisors. Hello, my name is Mitchell Tavares.
I am 25 years old. I am a member of this community. I was born and raised here at Marshall Hospital. I have experienced homelessness and also drug addiction, which brings me on to the topic I want to bring before you, ladies and gentlemen, which is me personally. Like I just stated, I have dealt with drug addiction, homelessness. The navigation center, I'm glad to see, is up and running. But what I'm bringing forward to you today within the next 5 to 6 months is a transitional housing program, an offshoot of the navigation center, and also a program where homeless can come onto the property and be able to stay there year round. And that way EDSO and PD will not be able to harass them. I have multiple members that are part of the homeless community that are willing to testify to harassment from PD and EDSO, which brings me on to my next topic, which is mental health. Human Services for this month of May, mental health awareness did not use $15 million for their mental health budget. What I'm proposing to you, the board, is that some of these funds be transferred to the program that I am starting to fund, that I'm starting to create. So with these funds, I would need some of it to be paid for the house, some of it for staff, and then some of it for duplexes. Because what I'm proposing is in other counties like Contra Costa, even in Sacramento and other in down south, they have given people of the homeless community duplexes, 8x8 small houses with power, electricity, water, heat, everything. And majority of those people that received those duplexes were able to get jobs and get up off the street and stay off of the street, and were able to integrate back into society. Me personally, it took a year after I got my disability. I have over 18 months off of fentanyl. I have over 9 months off of heroin. And at the end of this month, I get to claim my 30-day chip off of methamphetamine. I've reintegrated myself into society. I'm going to Universal Technical of Automotive Trade. And with this program, if you approve it, I'll be working on getting my drug and alcohol counselor's license, because this program will allow me to get my 100 hours volunteer work to be able to get my license. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Congratulations, Mitch, and thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Wendy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Crystal Battaglia. I've been a resident in El Dorado County for about 10 years. During that time of my residency here, I was a sworn police officer and a detective. I come here today because my family purchased a plot of land of 20 acres in Rescue about 5 years ago. Our previous owners in 2008 gained a temporary parcel map, and the mitigated negative declaration was adopted for the biological report. Based on the previously approved map, we expected a quick reapproval process when we paid the fees and everything to go through a parcel split. The county made us aware of several unrelated building code violations, which we promptly resolved, but still waited over a year to get a TAC meeting. If you are unfamiliar, a TAC meeting is a technical assessment committee in regards to parcel splits. We got that meeting on June 14th, 2021. During the same time frame, it is our understanding that other projects with outstanding code violations were approved. After going back and forth responding to planning's request for information, on June 21st, 2022, the planning director gave us a checklist which was supposed to represent all outstanding items. The 2022 checklist indicated that if we move the easements, we would need a new bio plan. So based on this, we decided to stick with the original previously approved map with that bio plan. While staff had us complete several costly formatting changes, the currently proposed map has the same boundary lines and easement locations as the one approved in 2008. We have now completed all of our June 2022 checklist items and turned them in February of this year. Since then, we have not received any comments from the planning department. We then decided to retain an attorney and have that attorney contact county council. County council has not been able to get with the planning department in the last 2 months, and still county council punts it back to the planning department. Now the planning department will not return our phone calls. I also want to mention that CAL FIRE they have 5 chances to update on any comments regarding the bio report, and they have done so in 2007, 2008, 2021, and 2022. Or 2021, there was twice they had a chance to comment, and then again in 2022. So we're requesting that our project move forward to the next stage, which is 2 hearings and a temporary map. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this forward to us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Darla Beechner, and I'm her mother. And I've been working on this split for 4 years. And the harassment that I have gotten from your planning department's manager and the planner that I have has been outrageous. I have 13 pages of a timeline. And now, since February, she has insisted that our comments on our bio report is stale. Our biologist wrote a letter that says they are not, let alone having them get a chance to look at the comments at the clearinghouse. So they'll have their opportunity. It's not the planner's job to go out and get the comments and make sure they're right. According to our attorney, there's been cases taken to court where the old mitigation, once you do the mitigation, that is good unless you find new evidence of new information. And that was not provided in the update of the bio report. So therefore, your planner does not have any information of new information. So she should not be taking this 2.5 years to do a mitigated report. She should be using the one that was approved by the board in 2008, June 8th of 2008. John and Renee Yee were the owners of our property, and they got this map approved. And here's a copy of the map if you would like to have it for reference.
Give it to our clerk.
Absolutely. And you can all look at it and see it's just a regular 4 parcel split. Was a family. We were going to let our kids have 5 acres to build on there. And tell you the truth, none of them want to stay here. None of them want to give you their tax dollars because of the harassment that we've been through. And we can't get anybody to listen to us. We've called Mr. Livingston's office numerous times, and they won't talk to us because we've attained counsel. As I told Ms. Parlin earlier, we're not looking to sue. We just want what's right for us, for what we're entitled to. We missed the extension of the map by 6 months when we bought this property, but we paid your application fee again. And with Gina Hamilton, we have had very limited communication. It's condescending. It's rude. She wastes your resources. She's wasted. Rescue Fire Chief has been to our house 3 times because of her, and he's not changing anything. The same thing with our biologist. She wasted his time. She wasted the office manager's time. So please, somebody, please talk to us and let's get this hearing done. It's out of your hair.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Do you want me to give a copy of all this stuff?
You can give it to our clerk. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Good afternoon, Mr. Connolly.
Good afternoon. I think it was in January, you were getting a report on cemetery affairs, and I was observing that, and I got up to speak in public comment about how I volunteer every Memorial Day to place flags at Westwood Hills Memorial Cemetery and Union Cemetery. And that is time for that now, this month. Next weekend on the 27th, we are going to be meeting at Westwood Hills starting at 10 a.m. If volunteers and yourselves, who are all invited, would like to come and help place the flags there and at Union Cemetery. We'll be meeting at 10 o'clock on the 27th. And I would invite the public to come to those cemeteries and see all of the flags in place. We're doing it on Saturday so that the whole weekend is available. And we'll be picking them up again on the 30th at 10 a.m. Volunteers can meet again at the cemetery at Westwood Hills, and I'll email you those details and ask you to publicize it. But more importantly, I'd like you to come and meet the person who's been doing this for over 40 years. His name is Donald Morgan. He's a Navy veteran who served on the USS Chemung in the Vietnam War, basically a floating supply ship for other ships that were offshore the Vietnam coast. He's memorialized at our cemetery, or our Veterans Monument in Section 6. And he's a former VFW post commander here. And he's been a color guard member and at almost every Veterans Affairs you can think of for decades. This is his last year due to his ongoing age and physical ability to do this work. It takes quite some effort and time to place those flags and to pick them up. And I think he's due our thanks, your thanks in particular. He's served this county, he served his nation. He's done this for a long, long time. And the number of veterans that are helping him is a very small number. I can count them on one hand. They're all getting older. It's time for us to thank him and pick up from this point and move it forward. I've spoken to Mike Roberts, the chair of the Cemetery Commission. He's aware that I was speaking today, and he's aware that we're doing this starting next weekend, and he's all in favor, and of course, for visiting our cemeteries. I just went to Union Cemetery before I came over here. They've done a fantastic job in cleaning it up this year. If you remember my comments in January, it was that it had not been cleaned up and there were weeds this tall, making it very difficult to place flags and disrespectful for the purpose that we're there for. The cemetery looks the best it has in years. It's almost completely cleaned up. The Save a Graves Foundation, the people involved in that have done a remarkable job restoring headstones, putting new informative markers there. So there's another reason to visit Union Cemetery as well. I'm going to be at Union Cemetery primarily. That's where I operate because of the terrain and the lack of shade and so forth. And I would invite you to come there too. And if you do, it would be my honor to introduce you to the Tixman brothers from Diamond Springs, who I've spoken about before. Both of them killed 6 months apart in World War II, 1943. One died in a Japanese POW camp. The other was a pilot of a B-17 that crashed on a training mission. And they're buried side by side at Union Cemetery. We honor them and all the other veterans there on Memorial Day by placing those flags, saying my thanks. And I invite you all to come in person and say that to Donald Morgan and the other veterans who have been serving you in these communities for years. And again, I'll email you that information.
Thank you for your comments and for your efforts. Greatly appreciated.
I hope to see you there, and we could use as many volunteers as you can help us find. Thank you.
Come on down, Jane.
I wasn't planning to speak today in public forum, but I wanted to tell you I've had some contact, and I'm not trying to speak to an agenda item. That's why I was not going to say anything. I've had some contact with the people who are working at the Navigation Center, and they have not violated any rules or anything like that, but I made an appointment with Haley and just sat down. She was kind enough to let me in and meet with me. And we just started on a list of what don't you have? What do you need? And they didn't have any dog food. I mean, they got 14 dogs in there and they didn't have any dog food. They are providing clothes for women who come in, but they didn't have any clothes. And it's, they have been very receptive, and they have been delighted to have us come over and give them dog food and give them women's clothes and give them men's shoes. A whole bunch of us are running around collecting things. I would just say, when the opportunity arises, maybe you could look at their budget. It is really, really, really restrictive.
This is about the NAV Center?
The people who are running it are doing a fabulous job.
I'd love your comments in with that board item.
Are we going to have public comment on
Yeah,
that?
Absolutely, at 2:00.
Well, great. Then
Yeah.
I'll just tell you, I love Haley and I'll talk about her later.
Great, would love to
Okay.
have your comments in context with that NAV
I
Center
did
item
not
at
know
2:00.
you were going to do that.
Yes,
Thanks, Wendy.
perfect. Thank you, Jane. Appreciate it. All right, anyone else? All right, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hello, Leo.
Hi again, Lyle Bennett, Coshawn, Shingle Springs. I enjoyed today's meeting online. You guys keep me company as I do a lot of tasks that it helps. So thank you for keeping my mind busy. And thank you for your generosity towards the public. And I just love the way Supervisor Thomas interacts with everybody. I was able to attend your workshop last week on Wednesday. Many people from the public commented that we would all appreciate it if you could share, just like you're sharing today, all these fun moments by making sure that you continue, as in the past, with your good governance workshops, a way for people to participate, as I'm doing now through Zoom. So I just urge you for your upcoming strategic workshops that you replicate what you did in 2021 and provide a way that we can view you and participate digitally. I also wanted to share that in 2017, as I did research, there was a report about the strategic plan, and it spoke about how to revise and address ordinances. An unfinished part of the conversation, in my opinion, concerning commissions is how do you disband commissions? And I think the benchmarks expressed in 2017, which is a regular way.
You dropped off. Okay. All right, let's go on to the next caller.
And now taking public comment from Kelly Nalawala.
Hello, Kelly, can you unmute yourself? She dropped off too.
Oh, wait a second. That's my fault.
Okay. No. It happens from time to time, not very often.
Hello?
Oh, there we go. Sorry
I
about
think
that,
you changed me to a panelist. Does that mean I've been upgraded?
Well, at least we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay, well, just so you knew that. Anyway, boy, wow, I'm here to publicly say congratulations to the community of El Dorado Hills. You showed what happens when community people are involved with the process. So where do we go from here, board? Obviously, as a county, I love this county. I know you do too. So where do we go from here? Recently, a very informal poll was taken, and I was shocked at the fact that if asked today, the majority of people who just went through this experience are feeling that cityhood is their only way to regain control and trust of our community of El Dorado Hills. I have a different opinion. That's okay. That's part of the democratic process. But I do feel that we need to be able to trust that when our board of supervisors are acting for us, which is what you're doing, of course, that you are thinking of us and that we are being transparent. And the best way to do that is to always know we have an open line of communication. So I would suggest rule number one, never sign an NDA again. That was just really bad management advice. Unless you are selling property, which is going to not get rezoned or have a different use permit, obviously a real estate transaction is different. But anyone coming to El Dorado Hills, El Dorado County, I really highly suggest we not do that again, because that's really where the distrust started. And how do we regain that trust as a county for those of us who do love this county and know that we have measures in place, we have a general plan, we have traffic mitigation laws such as Measure E. So we need to come back with our planning commission, with our zoning departments, and maybe have an open public workshop where we can be educating people towards what we know about open spaces and parcels. Some people don't realize that, yes, many things in El Dorado County are pre-approved permits that are on hold due to the economy. So I think that we've enlightened thousands and thousands of people to be engaged with the process. I think they're looking very forward to being very engaged in our elections coming up. And I think that we can mend the fences that have been broken together. And that's really what we want most out of our governance. So thank you so much, guys.
Thanks for your comments, Kelly. Looks like Leo's back. Great, put a minute on the clock. Great. Leo, are you there? Leo?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about
Thank you
that.
for taking.
Our apologies.
so-
Go ahead and finish up.
Yeah, so I just wanted to piggyback, actually, it worked out serendipity-wise with Kelly's comments about rebuilding trust. And as you know, I have a different perspective about human rights. And I would urge you to recognize, as you do other commissioners, with a certificate, feel-good moments like you had today for their service. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks, Leo. And thanks for calling back. We appreciate it. All right, that's it.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you all. We appreciate you being with us. All right. So with that, our next item is at 2:00. What is the will of the board? Do you want to do to and froms? We don't have any closed session items, which is amazing. Or do you want to break until 2? What's your
Let's do
thoughts?
to and froms, and I think we'll have a break still. So
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to start us off, Supervisor?
certainly, yes. And this is going to be a short list. On Wednesday, the 10th, obviously, we all attended the strategic planning workshop. I want to thank staff for all their hard work in preparing for that. I think we're off to a good start. It was really the introduction to the things that we have to work on now and the remaining strategic efforts in terms of redefining our strategic plan and where we're going. But that was a very helpful day, I think, in terms of getting everyone familiar with what's in the strategic plan, because the thing that I took away as the biggest reflection is Supervisor Parlin and I were probably the only two that were involved in the strategic plan that the county currently has, both of us before we got elected. So we didn't have a lot of influence, but we were very engaged on it. And what you understand from that is strategic plans needs to be refreshed periodically. They shouldn't go 6 or 7 years. And there was reasons why we had to do that, right? The stretch out. But I think it's important to recognize that no one takes ownership necessarily of something they didn't participate in, at least full ownership. I have the same feeling about the general plan. There's things that I like about the general plan. There's things I don't like about the general plan. So I take partial ownership, but not complete. So again, I think there's some work we can do there consistent with the Project Frontier comments that were made, zoning, some other things. So we definitely have our work ahead of us. That's not strategic planning per se. That's more operational excellence. And so we'll have to focus on that. But the second thing that happened that same evening is I did attend the El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee meeting. 3 major things were the matters of discussion: Project Frontier, East Ridge subdivision, which is above where the current Blackstone subdivision is, and our planning commission just heard that. And then also the Carson Creek research and development proposal for warehouses. They're actually at this point proposing parcel splits, so that doesn't get you there, but they clearly indicated a desire to develop warehouses of a much smaller scale than what was talked about with Project Frontier. So I'm hopeful we're all thoughtful of that. And again, we have property rights involved, and we just need to make sure that we put as much definition in terms of what's allowed as a warehouse as we can going forward. Because I think since they own that property now by rights, they have it, but I'd like to really see our planning department focus on redefining what is a warehouse, a distribution center, and a fulfillment center, so that those things are clearly defined and what the scope is that we would allow. And maybe that comes down to maximum square footage in what those facilities are. We can put limits on it if we think that that's important to protect the quality of life for some of the neighborhoods, that surround our commercialized areas, right? Whether it be R&D, industrial, whatever. But I think we got our work ahead of us. So hopefully we're able to engage on that. And then on Thursday, the 11th, I attended the GSEC annual award ceremony. And I want to mention that Ashley Bryan, a resident of El Dorado Hills, received the award for equity, the equity award. They give out 4 awards, and her organization is called 3 Strands, and they've just done marvelous things with their efforts and stuff. So I've asked Cindy to send Ashley a personal letter of congratulations for receiving the award. And I think we all need to look at that as a role model organization of what things can come to El Dorado County through nonprofits. So we'll get that identified, but that's all I had.
Great to and froms, and 3 Strands is an amazing organization.
They are fantastic.
Congratulations. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
We go to my right next, Supervisor Lane.
Oh, I'm taking notes.
Oh. Do you want me to come back to you?
No, I got
Okay,
it. I
great.
got it. Thank you. I just want to bring to my colleagues' attention that tomorrow evening, I'm going to be participating in a Chamber of Commerce sponsored event up in Tahoe on the state of our agencies. And there's 4 that were chosen to be highlighted this year. And that's El Dorado County, the City of South Lake Tahoe, TRPA, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and South Tahoe Public Utility District, which the acronym for them we call stupid. But if they were smart,
Yes, huh?
they had the chance to be studs. Right? But I'm gonna be talking about our budget. I'm gonna be talking a little bit about the new facilities that the county has acquired up in Tahoe and what the plan is. I'm going to be talking about the Office of Wildlife Prevention, OWAPR.
Wildfire, not wildlife.
Wildfire, yeah, wildlife
Prevent
just
wildlife.
comes out so naturally. Thank you for that correction, you're right. And a couple of other things. We're rather limited in time, so you got to kind of move through them, but I wanted to let you know that I'll be doing that tomorrow.
Right, well, thank you for representing our county and look forward to
Absolutely.
hearing your follow-up report. That's wonderful.
Absolutely.
Sounds like a great meeting. Fantastic, another great report. All right. Supervisor Turnbull, you ready?
Yeah, I'll wing it a little bit here, I guess. Okay, anyway, on Wednesday, we had that appreciation for DOT, Wendy and I.
Yeah,
joined each
that was
other,
great.
And there was a breakfast that was performed and we got to intermingle with all the people that work for DOT and thank them for all their hard work, especially during these horrific storms that we've had and all the stuff that they've done. They've done a great job. They really have. And they really appreciated us being there. And that was one of the persons came up, he says, in 30 years, I've never seen a supervisor even come out or even talk to us. Oh, so even talk to us. Sorry about that. Anyway, so I thought that was really an honor that we were there to support them, and they've done a great job for our community. They really have, and our county. So also then we had the strategic plan. I can't even that kind of tongue tied anyway. So that was really good. But everybody was there, and a lot of our ideas and stuff that we were asked and we put in place. So I thought that was pretty cool. And then on Friday, I had the food bank, and with our new librarian, we toured the food bank and basically explained what's going on with the new emergency disaster center that's being built.
Mhm.
I guess the planning is pretty much done, and they'll start breaking ground pretty soon. So I thought that was pretty good. And then I had a town hall meeting last night at Heritage. So got a lot of feedback there. People are really appreciative, of this being stopped. This Project Frontier, that was one of the big things that was on it. And they also talked about what John was just talking about, that other development that's going in. So anyway, they were, it was a good meeting. It was a good meeting. It really was. So I just wanted to, and they thanked all of us. So.
Great.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate the report. Supervisor Parlin.
All right. So last week I was at RCRC. Every year we go to the county of the chair. So we were in Butte County last week on Thursday and Friday. And coincidentally, we took a tour of Oroville Dam last Thursday morning. Then there were earthquakes. So it was really, I was glad I was not in. We actually toured the hydro plant. We're inside down there. The earthquakes were after, thank goodness. But yeah, that was really wild. And then also their OES kicked in and we're prepared for the potential Lake Almanor failure, which would have fed into Oroville. So there was a lot going on in there, and it was a little unsettling, but at the same time, it was neat to see how they engaged their OES so quickly to prepare for. Luckily, they didn't need it, but there's always something going on. So, but I did want to report out a couple of things of interest from the RCRC meeting. So I had told you I promised to ask about the CSAC at Home initiative during our member county concerns, and got mixed responses. It was quite interesting. So some counties also had concerns, different concerns than we did. Shasta County was funny. He was sitting at the guy next to me. He just goes, Shasta County voted 5-0 to support it. And we all started laughing because I don't know if you guys watch the news and headlines, but Shasta County is got a fun board of supervisors. So I don't know if it reassured anybody, but it was comical. And then so I did follow up, and our CRC staff will be doing a deeper dive into the at-home initiative for all counties to get some feedback, and they might be pinging us. So just letting you all stay engaged in that, and I'll report out.
Okay.
So I did follow up. Yeah, it's just an ongoing thing, you know, and we appreciate that CSAC's efforts. Just want to make sure everybody's agreeable to it, and that's hard.
We won't get everybody, but you know.
Yeah, want to make sure that the rural counties especially feel comfortable.
Right.
So, and then I wanted to let you know that RCRC is continuing with their PG&E kind of monthly, put up air quote, meetings about PG&E. On Friday, they're going to have one to review PG&E's wildfire mitigation plan is coming out. And so I won't be attending, but I reached out to Sue Henneke, and we'll have a Whopper and probably OES there to participate, because it's a big deal when PG&E has their wildfire mitigation plan. And I don't have anything nice to say, so I'm going to stop there. And then we were reminded at the meeting also to, we'd all been sent, okay, I got the words here. It's the state cybersecurity plan survey. RCRC is asking for all the IT directors to fill out this survey to create this plan. The plan will be used to distribute the state and local cybersecurity grant funds. So I got that forwarded to Tanya, our IT director, and she's got it in her hands, and we'll get that for us so that we can participate in all that. And just want to let you know, I didn't drop the ball on that one. And because I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot to do that. And then yesterday was a long day. I think I've given you guys a heads up on the UC Cooperative Extension's request for additional funding for their programs. And yesterday I had a meeting with staff, and we've been gathering information, and we'll bring something when we have our next board budget discussion, so with some information so that the board can weigh in on that. And there hasn't been an increase in funding for quite some time. Didn't realize that until we started digging into it. So you'll get a presentation information on that. And then yesterday I just last minute thing, the governor's office put out an invitation to a webinar for their proposed 23-24 housing and homeless budget overview. And basically, I think all it was is that they wanted to assure everyone that with the announcement of the budget deficit, that the governor's really not pulling back funding for homelessness. Some of it's being a little bit deferred, but primarily it's there. And I think this webinar was just to make everybody feel comfortable that it's not changing drastically, especially with all the pressure that we're being put on the counties to do the homeless stuff. We can't take away our funding. So I did attend that just so I could listen in. And then I don't know if any of you have this, but I'm just going to throw it out there that I'm getting a lot of requests to have trees removed off of not PG&E lines, but the AT&T telecommunication lines. I got a lot of that from the storms. And so they're starting to pile up. So I reached out to my AT&T rep, and he said that we have to work through DOT. So I'll be reaching out to DOT, and poor DOT, another thing that they have to deal with. But we have quite a few of them. I mean, people are sending me photos where these trees are just leaning in, and they're concerned they're going to be in the road. And so anyway, maybe DOT can work on a comprehensive plan. If you all have some, we can put it together. I just didn't see that coming. I thought AT&T would do their own thing. And then also yesterday, I think I gave you guys an update prior about how I went to that SACOG panel on transitional housing. And so I've been having some follow-up meetings with staff to get us connected with the nonprofit arm of the BIA, Builders Industry Association. And so it looks like we'll be handing that off to CAOs, capable hands to investigate this lead for some transitional housing, which fits into our navigation center conversation in a wee bit. So just wanted to let you know that the next steps, I think, are always on everyone's minds, and we're excited to get going on that. And then the other things just for my district, so you don't care. So it's all good.
Wow, those are great reports. Fantastic. Thank
Lots.
you. Yeah, I appreciate everyone. And I don't have too much to add today. Most of my work was district specific, but I do want to let everyone know that tomorrow night from 6:30 to 8 p.m. and this is at the Building C in the Planning Commission hearing room. There's going to be the first Greater Placerville Wildfire Evacuation Preparedness Study workshop. And so, what the heck is that? It's put on by the El Dorado County Transportation Commission.
Yep.
And what this is, it's a workshop to provide our recommendations on how we can prepare for wildfire, especially how do we protect our evacuation routes. This is not an evacuation plan, but looking at projects that are needed to prepare a safe route, shoring up our deficits in infrastructure and identifying those. And we have a large community partners are involved in this, especially the city of Placerville, El Dorado County, CAL FIRE, Caltrans, the Forest Service, PG&E, EID, lots of other agencies. So help us to envision a fire adaptive community for the greater Placerville area, recognizing that the greater Placerville area is an evacuation hub. We certainly saw that during the Caldor fire as folks were evacuating from Pollock Pines and east out. And the 3 stoplights in Placerville, and thank heavens the trip to green was in place, that allowed the traffic to flow, but that's all part of a larger effort to really look at the area as a whole and plan for safe routes out of our area in the event of a wildfire. So please join us tomorrow night, once again from 6:30 to 8. I think it's going to be a really robust public workshop and really look forward to this. This is funded by a grant that the El Dorado County Transportation Commission got. So looking forward to that. So with that, we have about 15 minutes till our 2 p.m. So pardon me, how can I forget our CAO?
I don't know. I actually have something to say today.
It's a special day. You and I both.
First, did you know that the Oroville Dam is the largest earthen dam in the United States? And at the time of construction, it was the largest in the world.
Did not know that.
I only knew 1/2 of that.
Fun fact.
I spent a lot of time there. And just a reminder to the board, the next 2 weeks are dark. But do not fear, we have special board meetings for our strategic planning workshop on next Monday, the 23rd, and Tuesday, the 24th. They'll be at the same location as last week's, and the public is welcome to join.
Look forward to that and really appreciate everyone that engaged in that with our staff and the board, and looking forward to robust discussions next week. So thank you for that. All right, with that, we will be back at 2 o'clock for our navigation center update that we're all looking forward to. So see you in just a few minutes. Well, welcome back. We are moving right along and we are actually on time today, all through the day, which is amazing.
Yes, good planning.
Yes, and Kim, can you please call our 2 p.m. time allocation?
Yes, thank you. Item number 37 comes from Health and Human Services Agency's Community Services Division, recommending the board receive and file a presentation from the Community Service Division on the El Dorado County Temporary Navigation Center.
Good afternoon, Olivia. It is a privilege to have Health and Human Services and our hot team here today. We've been looking forward to this.
I'm glad to hear it. It's a privilege to be here. My name's Olivia Byron Cooper. I'm the interim director of the Health and Human Services Agency. And I am here with my colleagues, Timlin James, who is the Deputy Director of Community Services. She also happens to oversee the Housing and Homelessness team, and Sergeant Stells, who is a part of the I always want to say hot team, but that's not right. Part of homeless outreach team.
There you go.
Together, they and their respective teams really make up the lion's share of the engine behind this work. And our partnership with HOT has really been invaluable. I'd like to begin by thanking the board, department heads, community members, partners, and really anyone else that has a vested interest in the Navigation Center for your understanding as we continue to find our feet with respect to how to best operate the Navigation Center. This is really uncharted territory for all of us. We are learning as we go and evolving based off of what we learn. We continue to add services to meet the unique needs of the individuals in the Navigation Center. Create partnerships based on the gaps that we identify, and change course based off of whatever missteps that we might make. There's no playbook for this type of work and no one size fits all solution. I have one admission to make before I turn the presentation over to Timlin and Sergeant Stells. The Navigation Center is not the be all end all. I'd like to think that the Navigation Center is the beginning and employment and sustainable housing is the end. And there's a lot that needs to be built in the middle. We meaning HHSA and HOT cannot do it alone. Building the infrastructure and continuum of services needed to support the individuals in the Navigation Center will require resources, buy-in from other county departments, commitment from your board, patience, a spirit of collaboration and compromise. And if my experience thus far is any measure, I have no doubt that we will get there. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Timlin and Chris to provide you with an update on the current status of our Navigation Center.
Thank you, Olivia. Appreciate it. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'll just jump right in. Which side are you going to go on? Okay, perfect. Okay, so the Navigation Center, it opened on February 7th. So today marks the 15th week of operation. The main intent for the Navigation Center, as you know, was to enforce our no camping ordinances, encampment abatement, and also to provide our unsheltered county residents an emergency temporary shelter. Next slide, please. Can I? Thank you. So this really has been a team effort. You'll see on this slide, we have Health and Human Services, we have El Dorado County Opportunity Knots COC, the HOT, Placerville Police, Volunteers of America, Upper Room, but there are so many more partners that are at the table and supporting these efforts. Our probation department has been by our side step by step, providing resources, helping with trainings. We have the El Dorado Community Health Center, Marshall Hospital, the library, community hubs, Shingle Springs Tribal Health, Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless as our coordinated entry provider. And that is not an exhaustive list of how many partners have helped support these efforts in one way or another. We wouldn't be successful, we wouldn't be here today where we're at if all of these people weren't supporting the efforts the way they are. Next slide, please. So to date, and this is a few days old, but 80 people had entered the navigation center and 33 people had exited the navigation center. Now, of those people that have exited, 19% have exited because of behavior concerns. So they're not able to conduct themselves in a manner that allows them to safely be in a congregate shelter. And then 16% of those that have exited because they were away from the shelter for 5 nights or more. So for those that don't know, there is a cumulative 5-night maximum. So if you're away from the shelter for more than 5 nights, then you are exited so that other people that are waiting to come into the shelter have the opportunity. If you decide that you want to commit and are able to re-enter, then that's looked at based on where we're at as far as bed space. And of the 33 that have exited, unfortunately, 82% have left, have exited to a place not meant for human habitation. And only a very small percentage have left for psychiatric or SUDS treatment. And I'll get into that a little bit further. I do want to note that 4 persons that have exited, HOT and our HHSA social worker team, Placerville PD, community partners, continue to provide outreach services to the persons that have exited to try and connect with resources. So specifically persons, if they've exited for behavioral concerns, they will continue to perform outreach and try and connect them with services that will stabilize them so that they can come back into the shelter and successfully work towards building their way out of homelessness.
I do want to point out too, a large number of those who've been exited for behavior have been re-entered after the amount of time that they were told they had to be out. So they've gotten a new referral from law enforcement. So they're either in for a second time, and even today we entered another one for a third time. So we're not just exiting them and forgetting about them. We are keeping track of them and continuing to provide the outreach and continuing to provide an opportunity to come back in the shelter to see if they can maybe do a little better this time.
Excellent. Thank you. Excellent. That's great.
Okay, so how do we keep people from exiting before finding alternate housing? So this is a key focus for our team. And really what we've identified is development of social skills, life skills, trainings, workshops. So some steps that we've taken initially is we've worked with, I mentioned probation is helping to provide some training for de-escalation for shelter staff to build that skill set. And then the HOT team, I call it too, HOT team has provided us with a list of the community partners that come into jails, into the jail to help provide resources and services. And I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit.
Well, we thought, why try to reinvent the wheel? We have a lot of, yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
I thought, why reinvent the wheel? We have a lot of resources that we're utilizing in the jail. We have contacts that we've established over a long period of time. Let's see if we can utilize some of them to set up the same programs in the shelter. And that really was the thought process behind it. I mean, I don't know what more I can say about it.
Excellent. And I'll speak a little bit more in detail in the coming slides, but we do have AA meetings being held weekly. I just learned this week that Bible studies are beginning weekly. We have behavioral health coming into the navigation center 1 day per week. We have Marshall Hospital coming in 1 day per week. Our HHSA social workers are there almost daily. HOT's there almost daily. So we're really trying to take the approach of having as many opportunities for engagement as possible through as many avenues as possible, because this isn't a one size fits all. Someone may react differently to HOT than they would a social worker and vice versa. So we want to make sure we provide all the opportunities for someone to truly build trust, engage, and begin building their way out of homelessness.
I also run the psychiatric emergency response team. So I've started having my PERT deputy make an appearance basically at the shelter to try and develop some relationships if that is needed. I'm not saying they're necessarily in crisis at the time, which is what her specialty is, but she's a really good resource for those who have any kind of mental health issues that they're suffering from. So I asked her to just start, come in, say hello,
Right.
get to know people, build some relationships. And if it's a resource we can use, it'll be available.
Quick question to that, recognizing that, we're building capacity. It's only been 15 weeks.
Exactly.
So are you finding that folks in the NAV Center are getting more and more receptive to this relationship building that's going on with the different resources?
I would say yes. I would say specifically for some that have exited and re-entered, they've re-entered because they're engaging with the outreach.
And I would say those who we've worked with over the years, we already have a good relationship with them. And that's kind of one of the reasons we're able to just go in there throughout the day and check on people and, really just kind of have a casual conversations and check in and say, how you doing? And
All the more important that
maybe
collaboration
rib them a little
continues.
bit if they're not doing well, give them the business a little bit and try
Yeah.
to motivate them to get back on the right path. Because for so many of them, we already have that relationship because we've been doing it over the
Excellent.
years. So
It's important for that relationship not to stop. Yeah.
So Timberland, on the life skills development, have we identified what type of life skills are important for this group of people?
That's a
And
great
do we have the
question.
programs in place? Because we have a lot of resources. And if we understand there's a need to train people to be carpenters, to train people to be chefs, whatever, then we can focus those resources and make sure that avenue is open to them. But do we know what the needs are there?
So to an extent, I will say that we've started really with some of the most basic life skills, making your bed, keeping
Okay.
your living area clean, doing your laundry, getting up each day. So we've started with that, getting along in the community room, living in a congregate shelter with another person and how to be a good neighbor to that person. I will say we do not have specific skill building workshops outside of VOA. They do have a budgeting workshop. It's budgeting on a bean, and it's kind of it's a cute game. It's 20 beans, and then it's all of the life necessities, and you have to figure out how to make those work within that your circle. So some has started, but definitely focusing on progressing. We have had, this is not necessarily a group session, but our social workers and the VOA case managers are working with the individuals in the shelter on individual plans for what is your need, where would you be successful in employment, and how do we get you there? I'll speak on the coming slide to someone that has received full-time employment, and that was a direct result of the case management services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I got a question.
Sure.
We had mental health was last board meeting or 2 weeks ago and stuff. And they said they weren't giving any funding to that navigation center for mental health. And then you're saying that they meet 1 day a week. Can you explain a little bit on that?
Yes, I can. So the commitment that was made, and then I'll give a little bit more. The commitment that was made was we have a behavioral health clinician there 4 hours a week and a SUDS clinician there 4 hours a week. It's not specifically funded through the navigation center. That is what's happening right now. The conversations that we're having internally with HHSA is there's a higher need, and we need to identify the level of physician that would be appropriate to have at the navigation center. There are a few funding sources that we're looking at to potentially fund that. So we're actively having those conversations. I think this is where it comes into play, this short timeline on opening the navigation center, because I think it was approved in September, and then we opened the doors in February. It also speaks to our lack of experience of running a shelter and knowing what we needed to have in place when the shelter opened.
One of the questions I have, I see, 4 hours a week. Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's not enough.
No, it's not enough.
Because most of the people that are in this navigation center need mental health is what they do. So we need to do everything we can to help these people. And I don't feel that we are getting the adequate amount of help that we need for these people. And the problem is we got money sitting there, take it and spend it and use it to help these people. Because here's the thing, we had 196 calls from Placerville PD to this navigation center. Plus we had 61 to the library. We've had on Brew Road, I think it was 28. We got a problem. And the problem is we need to stop these calls because it's it's, we get these calls and stuff and they have another response they have to go on, but we respond in way too much. And most of the calls are because of mental health. And they need that. They really do. And we need to address this problem because that's way too many calls as far as I'm concerned. That's since the navigation center is open. And a lot of those calls are referred from the sheriff's office to the PD. So, and when we're talking about public safety, especially the safety of our employees here in our county, it's very, very critical. And public safety is something we need to address. And if these people have mental problems, let's address it. Let's fix the problem. We need to do that.
I'm going to piggyback on your comments, Supervisor Schernbu. I think another important data point, though, is what have been the calls to service outside the community before the navigation center too, because I think that tells a story. It's not like all of a sudden we got calls for service in this area. This is an evolving issue.
Yeah, I know. But right now there's 2. Was it the juveniles detention center? Last year was 2. Since this navigation center has been open, it's 126. It's right here.
But what that doesn't tell us, though, is where the calls for service were around the Placerville community, around our government center. Those tell the full picture, because while we're not seeing calls for service in other areas, we may be seeing calls for service here. And so we're scaling and addressing those. We're looking to understand what we're dealing with, what services were needed. So I think we need to be careful that we have a problem. I just want us, we're merging with this. This is not a perfect solution.
I totally understand, but we need to make sure that we address security. We still haven't had security there.
And we are working on that.
And we're looking at talking to the undersheriff and stuff. We're looking at August and maybe September. So we need to address that problem as soon as possible.
Well, I think part of the conversation we're going to have is what security measures are in place right now? What are we doing about that? Because I do know that security is an important issue for our community. Garcia, have something?
Yeah, if I could add just a little bit of context, because I don't think a day goes by that I'm not involved in some discussions around security with the buildings, and it's largely with the team that you're looking at there. So, and I want to remind the board what we've done and what we're doing. So the county is working on a comprehensive security plan that looks at vegetation management, cameras, increased personnel. The board approved $250,000 with the budget last year, and it's included in the budget this year. The board approved the 4 sheriff security officers in December. After that, we realized that we needed to adjust the specifications. So the board approved the class revisions to those in March. The board approved another sheriff security officer for Brew Road. Sheriffs have been actively recruiting for those positions. And yes, they're targeting August to have those people in their places. While all of that has been occurring, the sheriff's office has increased their patrol around county buildings. And I know facilities has been clearing brush. So there are a lot of things that we're doing. We're living in it's just a different situation. We haven't experienced this before. And so I know there's growing pains, but it is not that we're not doing anything. The board's taken several steps to get us here. It just takes a little longer than we all would like it to.
Yeah, it works way too slow for me, but anyway.
I know.
It's an evolving process. Yeah.
I would like to just add a little bit of clarification also about behavioral health insights in the navigation center. Their purpose in the navigation center is they're connecting with people and talking to them and connecting them to services and referring them. And that is the piece where we need to have the actual services at the navigation center. And we know that, and we're working on that. Marshall Hospital is also working. They're also at the shelter 1 day a week, and they're connecting people to their CARES program. And then also El Dorado Community Health Clinic. Volunteers of America is working closely with them and connecting people with mental health services through their clinic also. Again, not yet at the site, but the community health clinic does have a medical van that they're waiting for the vinyl to be applied. Once that vinyl is applied, they will be at the navigation center on site. So I realize it's not right now, but it is, again, just to kind of piggyback, we're very aware that we need to bring those services into the NAV center and working diligently to get them there as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Okay. So crisis strategies, this kind of addresses your concerns really. So what we're learning is how to help people find comfort, safety, and security in a sheltered environment. And we're seeing that we need increased de-escalation training for shelter staff, HHSA staff. We need crisis intervention training. And again, thank you to EDSO, to probation. Probation has offered to provide a 4-hour de-escalation training to the staff at the VOA, as well as HHSA staff. EDSOs offering to loop us in on crisis intervention trainings. And this is in addition to trainings that VOA offers. We've received a online training link from the new head of the library who is has experience working in libraries next to shelters and feels that these trainings are the best online training. So those trainings have been shared out and we're working through those trainings also. So that's a focus to help prevent the calls for service. And then let's see, and then behavioral health interventions. I'm going to speak to the challenges with behavioral health. I already spoke a little bit about how we're trying to connect. One of the challenge that we're facing with behavioral health and SUDS is most services are voluntary. So that's where we're trying to build up the trust with the persons at the shelter, even persons around the shelter, and trying to find who can this person connect with that they'll develop that relationship that they will voluntarily engage in the services, because most of the services are voluntary, and that's the challenge that we face. So, but we're willing to address it, and we're working to come up with something that works. Next slide, please. Okay, if they leave anyway, what do we do? Again, educate about alternate options. Trying to get them to engage in services. Why did they leave? Usually we saw the highest statistic is behavior. So what can we do to help them change their behavior so that they are ready and able to re-enter the shelter and work towards achieving more stable housing? Let's see. I spoke a little bit, the challenge is it's not a one size fits all. And we're trying the multiple different approaches to see what's gonna work for each individual person. We've stabilized a few and been able to have them return to the shelter. And then the intensive services, are limited. There's adult protective services, that's a voluntary program. I think everyone's aware of Care Court that is up and coming. It's not in El Dorado County yet. It's very limited in its scope. It has almost unrealistic implementation requirements. So again, the scope of who they can serve is so narrow. And then our only other intensive services really are the conservatorship or the psychiatric holds. And again, psychiatric holds, they have to be a grave danger to themselves or others, unable to care for themselves. So we're very limited in providing services to someone that doesn't voluntarily engage in services.
So I had a question relative to I think it was 82% exited to a place that's unsafe.
Unmeant for human habitation, yes.
Right. So are those primarily private properties? Are they public properties? How do we respond to that? It's just repopulating areas where they've had homeless encampments in the past is not the answer. How do we address that?
That's where we're trying to address. That's a very good question, and it is a very real challenge. Private properties we know can be addressed through no trespassing.
Right.
And HOT, PD, HHSA, social workers, they're actively going to new encampments or places where people have popped up, and trying to get them to connect to services and trying different approaches. And that's where some have successfully decided, actually, maybe they are ready to change their behavior or engage in services so that they can come back into the shelter, so that, because they realize it is somewhere they want to be.
Because I think we all recognize as the weather's gotten better,
Mhm.
and we get into summer, there's going to be a large motivation for people just to leave and go back out to the encampments. And if they're not allowed to come back into the homeless shelter,
Mhm.
ultimately, where do they go? Have we really helped resolve a problem, or is it just, rotating chairs? It's where it is and who's there at a given week, and it just moves around. It's the whack-a-mole thing, right?
It
You
is.
stop it here and it goes there. And so how do we get our arms around that? I guess I don't have the answer. I'm
No
looking
one
for
does.
ideas.
Well, I don't think anyone does, but I think that what we're seeing has been the most successful. And I'm
Okay.
not saying we have a huge success rate, but I'm saying what we're seeing is the multiple different approaches, and they're just building a relationship, trying to establish a good relationship and have those resources available for when that person is ready to engage. And I mean, that is in line with what we're seeing across, I would say, across the country. It's that constant, for those that don't know, I went to the mayor's conveyance that he had on the HAP, and the theme that I heard from counties was, it takes so many times to touch a person to get them to engage in services. That was kind of a common frustration at the county, city, and state level. One person stood up and spoke to, it took her behavioral health team 97 touches to get that person to engage. But they did finally, but I mean, so that's like, it's not an instant fix.
One of the questions I have too is when do these people go in? What time? I mean, what time do they, what is it, 8 o'clock? When they go in the navigation center and they release them, at 6 o'clock in the morning?
So curfew, curfew is 9 PM to 6 AM.
So if they're coming in after 9 PM, they're not allowed in, correct?
Correct.
So that's one of the reasons why there's a lot of them sitting over there in the library, correct, on the grounds? Because I've been by there several times at night, especially when some of these meetings, and I've seen them basically camping out over there.
It could be.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
I wouldn't say it's only because they missed curfew. That's a lot of the people who have been exited they're staying in the area.
Okay.
And they're staying in the area for a couple different reasons. One, they want to get back in the shelter. Two, it's a relatively safe area. And three, there's a lot of close by places that they can go set up a camp.
Yeah.
That are pretty out of sight. Now they may hang out at the library for a while, right? But they may not lay their head there. There's a lot of them are heading up the street to the Odin property in the city.
Yeah, well, yeah, even right across the street where the bridge is too.
Yeah.
Overpass.
And I'd like to throw out that I think the county's getting a look at what the city of Placerville has been dealing with for a very, very long time. This has been what we've been dealing with for the last 10 years. So this is not new.
Totally understand.
And I think that's really important for folks to understand. So this is not a new issue for the city of
Also,
Placerville.
has anybody ever watched the documentary Seattle's Dying?
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
And I encourage everybody to watch that.
I just wanted to add a couple of comments to Supervisor Heidel's questions. I think it's interesting to note that over the entire span that the navigation center has been open, we've seen a decrease in exits despite the increasing the better weather. So
Good.
our trends are going down in terms of the number of people that are exiting. I also wanted to say that the whole whack-a-mole concept, I think it's important to note that the navigation center isn't the right starting point for everybody.
Yeah.
And that's where my comment about needing to build the middle part comes into play, because some people won't respond to the navigation center. They're not at that stage. So having different options for people, transitional housing, for example, is really important and that's coming. It's just not here yet.
Right. And we knew when we opened the navigation center that we wouldn't have everything in place. We just had to do what we could, and I think it's important for us to recognize that we are evolving and making progress.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Next slide, please. So this is just a statistic. 69% of the guests that have been in the shelter are male, 31% are female. And the next slide right there. This, I think it really speaks to our aging homeless population. 17 of the 80 guests are age 60 and over. That's 21% is elderly in the shelter. And then 27.5% are age 50 to 59, again, right on that elderly cusp, which we know is a rising population in homelessness, the older adults. And then 43% is middle-aged, 25 to 49. I think a number that is a positive number in this situation is only 5% is between the ages of 18 and 24. So we're not seeing a huge younger homeless youth population. So
That's good.
Younger adult, I should say.
But if those age categories don't have a uniform spread, well, 18 to 24 is 6 years, if I do the math right? So you got
Right.
one at 6 years, you got 25 to 49 is 24 years.
Right.
So if you broke that into a more representative categorization, I think what you'd find is that the 50 to 59 is probably one of the higher age groups that are in a homeless category, but you don't get that by looking at these numbers because of the
same.
way the ranges were established.
Right. That's true.
They're not consistent.
They're not, they're
Yeah,
not the
I see what
same
you're
number of
saying.
years. So
Yes.
it does distort kind of your perspective. Oh, it looks like there's an awful lot of people 25 to 49.
But
But
it's
if say divide that by
age.
24, you end up with more over here if they divide it by
Yeah.
9 years. So it's just how the age groups were established gives you a little bit of a misrepresentation about where the centroid is for that population in terms of homeless. My conclusion is there's an awful lot from 50 to 59 that are homeless, and that's a surprise, I think, but it's the statistics, so you have to trust it. So
I think a lot of it stems on baby boomers too, reaching that certain age and stuff. And there's not enough adequate senior housing, especially for these people that we need to address.
yeah,
So
that's definitely part of it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Good point.
Yes.
thank you. Yep.
And this slide is just thrown in because I know there were some concerns about will people that are not in the county enter the navigation center. So 100% of the individuals that have entered were experiencing homelessness in El Dorado County. Another learning curve. We weren't accurately capturing how long they had been in the county. So you'll see over 70% of the individuals have confirmed residency in El Dorado County for 5 years or longer. That's partly because we weren't looking at that piece initially. So now we are looking at that piece. Just, I think it's important to know.
And admittance to the navigation center is still by referral, right?
Yes.
So have we had any referrals of people who are from outside of the county coming in here trying to access our homeless shelter? That's the answer I was looking for.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
I don't
Yeah.
believe that myth that's out there that several people spread for years is a reality. So the numbers aren't telling us anything associated with that.
Nope.
I
Thank you.
think the referral process has a ton to do with it. It's not a free for all.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
and so it's good that that's working.
It's
'cause
a
that was the
coordinated,
intent.
organized way
Right.
to do it. So
Right.
as long as we stay with that, I think we're getting the right population into that homeless shelters. It's how well we can respond to their needs and hopefully move them on to rapid rehousing or something that's the next step, transitional housing. But, okay.
So this just goes over services offered, which we've talked about a little bit, but it also helps to establish somewhat of a timeline. So we've been in operation for 15 weeks. I know there's questions, how come more people haven't found housing? Well, the process to find housing can be a lengthy process despite the lack of housing. So document readiness is kind of the first step because you have to have an ID to be able to sign a lease. You need a birth certificate to get an ID. You need a social security card. So just working with the folks in the navigation center to get those documents. Then once they have those documents, what benefits are they eligible to? And benefits could be Medi-Cal, CalFresh, Social Security, which we know Social Security takes a minute to apply for. Speaking to that older population, the 60 and over, you can apply for early retirement at age 60. So those are persons that potentially have the Social Security income linkage, they just may not be receiving it. So once they receive that income, then they have a better chance at finding stable housing. I understand Social Security income is not necessarily enough, speaking to needing the affordable senior housing, but it's more income than what they had when they came into the shelter. It's a step in the right direction. And then the service referrals, which can be behavioral health, medical, housing, the rehousing resources, there are actually more than I think people realize in our county, because there's the low income apartments, but we also have our faith-based programs. So we have our U-Turn for Christ, Christ-like services, New Beginnings, and Treehouse Ministries. So those are all service referrals also to try, again, getting people to engage in connecting services.
And quick question, do we know if there's capacity in those programs? There is.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good news. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
No, there is not. No, there is not in Christ-like.
Okay, okay.
You know, one of the things I want to address is talking about senior housing and stuff, and we have the senior apartments that are behind the post office in Diamond Springs, but there's a waiting list anywhere from 3 to 7 years. And we do not have enough adequate senior housing in this county, and this needs to be addressed. It really is. It's a given thing, but gosh, we've just been talking about it. We haven't done anything about it. So I think we need to look into it, and we need you guys, your help to help address that and fix that problem. So.
And I'm going to piggyback on that. We also need the community's help to understand that we
I
need
know.
housing, because our community does not, they often rail against when any times a housing project comes forward. And so it's a conversation with our community as well to understand that need, because our staff can't solve that problem.
I understand that, but you're talking about anybody with Social Security, what, $1,100-$1,200 a month? You know what I mean? And if they had senior housing with low income, which is what, like about $275 to $300, they could survive. But where are you going to find anything? Where there's not anything available
We
you
need
can
to
even
build some
rent
more.
for that.
We need to build some more. Yeah, you're completely right. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and next slide, please. So we do have some pretty significant achievements. I'm just going to talk about 4 stories, and I'll try and make it quick. So the first one, HUD VASH. This was a service-related disabled veteran that had been homeless in our county for over 5 years, is eligible to a VASH voucher, which is Veterans Administration Supportive Housing. The person previously declined applying for the VASH voucher because they felt that there were other disabled veterans in the community that were more deserving than them. Since entering the navigation center, sleeping in a warm bed, having hot food, being able to launder their clothes, they've decided they are deserving of this VASH voucher, and they are engaging in services to obtain the VASH voucher and actively looking for housing in Pollock Pines, because that's where the person wants to be. So that is a success story. We've got the documents they need. They're going through the application process, and those vouchers are available. So it's not, they're not going to move to a wait list. It's a reality that they will get a voucher. And then the next one, there are leaders everywhere. This person was the 3rd person to enter the shelter, and they've taken on, they've made significant progress and taken on kind of a leadership role within the shelter. They set an example for others. They've obtained their birth certificate, social security card, and state issued ID. They actually obtained full-time employment and then completed their food handler's card through the online course. They also are an animal lover. They don't have an animal themselves, but are working with other dogs within the shelter to train the dogs. The shelter has a policy that if you bring a pet into the shelter, the pet has to be on a leash at all times. And if you leave and you don't take the pet with you, then that pet has to be assigned to another person, and it has to be approved through VOA staff, because they want to make sure that there's no unsupervised pet in the shelter. So this person enjoys taking care of others' pets, and is really motivated to saving up money through their full-time job and looking for stable housing so that they eventually can own a dog of their own. So that's another one that has made significant progress. Let's see, the impossible is impossible. This person, it's an elderly person, legally blind, homeless in our county for over 15 years after losing their spouse, with a significant language barrier. At one point, the person was working in exchange for a room, but was being victimized and ended up having to leave that situation. Since entering the shelter, the person has engaged with behavioral health services. They've engaged with victim witness. They're taking steps to pursue legal action against the person that was abusing them. And they've also they're applied for Social Security survivors benefits. Again, because of the language barrier, this person didn't know they would be eligible to survivors benefits. VOA initially, when the person came into the shelter, they were communicating via Google Translate. VOA identified a translating company or service, so they now use the translating service to communicate, which makes communication much more effective than, I don't know if you've ever used Google Translate, but it's not always accurate. So you can get some funny translations. So, yeah, you can. So that's another. It's really a heartwarming story. This person needed this shelter, and it will change this person's life. And then lastly, we have someone that has completed a 30-day rehabilitation program. We have another person that I know specifically last week entered a rehabilitation program. So there is progress being made.
It's wonderful.
Okay, stable housing is icing on the cake, but our cake isn't fully baked yet. I love Olivia's humor.
But we're in the kitchen, doggone it.
So the Permanent Navigation Center, the design criteria agreement will be coming to the board soon. It's anticipated that the permanent facility should be built by 2024 or early 2025. As you've seen throughout the presentation, our focus is to maximize resource and building resources for mental health SUDS, life skills, and social skills at the shelter. And I would say that given that today marks the 15th week that the shelter has been opened, and this is our first true emergency shelter, I would really encourage everyone to take a look at the tremendous amount of work that has been put into this, and the level of commitment from so many partners to build capacity for not only our shelter guests, but also for all of our persons working with the shelter guests. Housing vouchers. I think I spoke during our department updates a little bit about our public housing authority. And at that point in time, I had said that an RFP for project-based vouchers to help with affordable housing was going to be released. That has been released. It has closed, and we're now in the process of reviewing the applicants. We have up to 50 vouchers that we can issue for existing and new build. So, and it has to be, HUD has very specific criteria as to what areas we can issue them in, and which, like how many can go to existing and how many can go to new builds. So that once we work through all of the applicants, it will be identified as they're awarded. The other piece that the Public Housing Authority was really not able to maximize when we were issued these vouchers is the emergency housing vouchers. So it's almost a good thing because we weren't able to issue them when we were awarded them. And since they were released, HUD and PHAs have really had some lessons learned in their original prioritization strategies, and they're recommending a change in prioritization strategies. So we did meet with the COC a few weeks ago. We agreed to start with a change of prioritization of 10, We're working on getting that communication out. It should be out by the end of this week to our partners. We'll receive those 10 referrals. In total, we have, I think it's 40, I'm gonna say 45. It might be a couple more than that, but 45 of those vouchers that we have available to issue to different populations. So that's just another resource to help with affordable housing in our county. And then preventive services. This is an area that many of our HHSA agency programs are, they're preventive in nature. The housing support program, family stabilization, bringing families home. They're preventive in nature, but they're limited in scope. So for example, our housing support program, it can only prevent a family that is eligible to CalWORKs from becoming homeless. The family stabilization is another one that the family has to be tied to CalWORKs in order to receive those stabilization services. So El Dorado County is limited in our options for preventive services, and that is an area that that needs to build capacity to prevent homelessness from occurring. A lot of statistics will show you that if you it's easier to prevent homelessness from occurring than it is to rehouse someone once they've entered homelessness. Expanded behavioral health services. I think we've talked about that. We are working very collaboratively. We fully recognize the need to increase services at the Navigation Center. And then transitional housing, I think Livia spoke a little bit about that. We do need transitional housing, some next steps. And then lastly, we all know affordable housing, where there's a lack of affordable housing in El Dorado County. And that's something that HHSA has very limited capacity to help with. We can help with project-based vouchers, we can help with PHA housing choice vouchers, but we can't build. Right. So we're limited, but I believe we have the right players at the table now, and there's so many county partners that are working to identify what's needed and what steps need to be taken to reach our goals. So I would just say, lastly, teamwork makes the dream work. We know that our county strategic goal is to implement solutions to address and reduce homelessness in El Dorado County. We're at the first step. We implemented the Navigation Center. We're working towards transitional housing, and we're looking at permanent housing. So we are on the right path.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we appreciate the update and the presentation. Any additional questions from the board? I'm sure there are.
I could go on all
day,
day. I have
but
some.
Take it away, Supervisor Hardall.
So I spent some time going back and looking at the May 6, 2022 EDOC COC strategic plan, just to refresh my mind as to what was in that and the roadmap and everything else. And so I just want to point out on page 30 of that plan, there's a roadmap. Between the box that says temporary shelter and rapid rehousing, it says unable to find housing on their own within a short time period, for example, 7 to 10 days. So that would emphasize the fact that a temporary shelter is not meant to be 6 months or longer. It's expected to be the triage center to determine what the person's needs are and then find the rapid rehousing solution to get them started on a more corrective and supportive activity. So to me, the takeaway is we need to really emphasize rapid rehousing if we're going to be successful and not just recirculate people back out into the dirt, so to speak. So that was one of the major takeaways. The other thing that I noted in here says there are 2 vital pieces of a permanent housing solution are available to affordable housing and the engagement of landlords. And it talks about creating relationships with landlords. Landlords are an invaluable partner in helping people exit homelessness and regain stability. I know there's been significant effort there, but I'm not sure how successful we've been. Again, just some measure of we've approached 28 landlords and 20 of them said, no, I'm not interested at all. Just a sense of where are we with that type of a process? Because clearly they're saying that is one of the approaches to help with the affordable housing. Then I went to table 1, which is the bed inventory for El Dorado County as of 2020. And it points out that for total emergency shelter and transitional housing, there was 148 beds available in El Dorado County as defined as emergency shelter, transitional house. And this is before we opened up the shelter, right? So my question here is, and of those, they say there's 85 beds that are in rapid rehousing. So my conclusion from this is there's a lot of people using that rapid rehousing voucher that obviously haven't come from our homeless community. But what is the demand for the rapid rehousing? Because it isn't strictly homeless people.
Well,
So I don't know whether categories fit, but I'm not given information that tells me 85 beds is not a lot, right? So, but how are they being used? That's the part I don't know.
so they're being used for our families. Families can't come to the shelter. Youth are not eligible to enter the
Okay.
shelter. And the shelter, it's a 60-bed facility.
Right.
And its primary resource or the primary referral is encampment abatement. So the HUD's definition of homeless or at risk of homeless is very different than only encampment abatement. So those additional beds that you're seeing there speak to the populations that aren't eligible to come into the navigation center.
So do we regularly track how many beds are available on an ongoing basis? How do we know that we're utilizing as many of those as we can?
I would say, and yeah, do you want to come speak to it? I'm going to have Allie, our program manager for housing
Okay.
and homeless. I'm going to have her speak to it.
Thank you.
She runs the point in time count and things like that.
All right.
Hi, Allie.
Hi, thank you so much. So we utilize a homeless management information system. You may have
Right.
heard of it called as
HMIS.
HMIS. In that, it actually tracks the number of beds that are being utilized and the number of beds that are available. That is how our coordinated entry providers are able to make referrals. They can see what vacancies are available. And when our providers have a vacancy, they request a referral. So we're actually updating that frequently. What's interesting about the data that you just quoted from 2020 is that that was right before COVID. And so a lot of those beds ended up going offline. Some of them never came back on. So that was January, the last week in January 2020. COVID hit, we had a dramatic shift in homeless services. And then as we came back and did the point in time count, readjusted our numbers in early 2021, we noticed this dramatic shift. So those numbers
Okay.
are about 3 years old at this point in time.
Right.
Yeah.
And the current numbers, instead of 85 for rapid rehousing, is substantially less, like half or something?
I actually wouldn't say it's substantially less. And part of that is because the most common user of the rapid rehousing dollars is our housing support program through CalWorks. And so that program is doing a lot of work with our families, as Tim Lynn mentioned.
Right.
They're not eligible for the shelter. They are coming through the CalWorks program. They're doing dramatically impactful work for our families. But again, that's a subsection of the population. Now, rapid rehousing provides rentals income support for a period of time. As we just talked about, someone who has limited income may not be able to sustain that rent once that rapid rehousing ends. So we do use that as a resource for families for whom that's going to be a viable option, or households that's going to be a viable option. But we also need to look at the big picture, that might not be the option for everyone. And so we're constantly looking at braiding interventions for the person to meet their needs. So yes, they are being used. Yes, those beds are available. Yes, they're being used for the right families through the right programs, but I don't at this moment have the exact number of beds. I can get that. It's really looking at the big picture of what is serving who in our community in the best way in this moment, in this economy with this population.
So the other, while you're there, I'll just make this statement as well. On page 4, it says the El Dorado County HCV, which is the voucher program list, has been closed since 2016. And the homeless individuals and families do not have a priority for HCVs or any other housing authority programs. Is that still the current state? The list is closed and there's.
Actually, we have a plan to come to visit your board in July to present our new prioritization for the HCV waitlist so that we can reopen the waitlist with some new prioritizations. I would ask that we discuss that then.
Okay.
But I think that you're going to be pleased with the answer to that question at that time.
Nice.
I'll look forward to it. So I appreciate that, because
Thank you.
I'm just trying to reflect, are we really following the strategic plan? There's several things I could quote in here that I have questions on, but that will come later.
Now, to answer that in the immediate term, we do have the the emergency housing vouchers
that we are trying to funnel people towards now.
Okay.
Now that we're reopening them, and as Timlin spoke to, that is something we're requesting those referrals for right now. And that is a referral only based program. But once those are exhausted, then there will be another avenue to enter them through, should your board approve.
Shows
Very
how
good.
complex everything is.
Oh, I know it's all,
isn't it?
it's all complex, but I like strategic plans because they give you
yeah.
a picture of what you should be monitoring and looking at. And there's metrics in here that I haven't seen anything on yet, but maybe it's too early. So we'll get to that someday, maybe.
I appreciate that you're taking the time and
Yeah.
going through that. I do.
That's why we have.
And
this,
some of
yeah.
it is outdated. So that's
Yeah,
the
it
part
is.
that I need to understand too, is not everything that was done in 2020 is consistent with where today's numbers are. So that's helpful, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
context.
Yeah.
Thank you for that
I got a
context.
question. How many homeless do we have here in our county right now?
What was the count? The last pit count was what?
Can you come up, Ally, in the microphone?
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
I, again, off the top of my head, it was in the 400 range.
400
And that
range?
was sheltered and unsheltered.
Okay. So.
And if you broke those down, the unsheltered part is roughly,
The majority, around 80.
so the 80% of that,
Yeah.
of the 400 plus, yeah,
Yes.
or almost 500, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, so you're saying there's 80% of the 400 are unsheltered then, is that what you're saying right now?
I am, and I want to clarify that unsheltered might mean car camping. It might mean that
Right.
the majority of the time they are couch surfing, and on that night they were not. So that goes by the point in time counts. We also utilize in our HMIS system the number of calls for service that we're getting and the people that are reporting that they're experiencing homelessness and meet the criteria that HUD has set up for us. And so there's two different metrics that we use. I am quoting to you the numbers from the point in time count,
Okay,
not our current by name list, which I understand may not have the same criteria that you all are looking for, but we do utilize that number as well. And that one, there are 433 people on as of today.
yeah,
One
so.
quick
Go
add
ahead,
on,
go ahead,
safe
John.
parking for homeless. You mentioned people living in vans and their cars and everything. Have we found a location in El Dorado County that they can safely park without being kicked out of a parking lot?
I'm going to speak to that. So I'm going to say that it's my understanding that there is a safe parking program, but it's not run, it's not funneled through HHSA. So
Okay.
it's one of our community partners. So I don't have the details of the program, but
Okay.
I believe it started last month or within the last few weeks. There is a safe parking program.
Excellent. Somebody's doing it. That's a
Yeah.
big help. So.
Is there
That
any other
was a
Supervisor
question I
Harlan
was
or
gonna ask, so
Supervisor
thanks,
Lane?
John.
Any questions?
Comment. Thank you, everyone, for this huge effort. We did pull this together really fast when you look at our timelines, and you reminded us we just approved this in September last year and got it open in February. And we knew that we would have a lot of work to do as we went, and I appreciate everybody pitching in, and we're doing it. So, and I can tell you that we've gotten compliments from outside the county. The folks in the region are noticing our work. And honestly, it was amazing to me in a meeting where people are like going, you guys are awesome. And we're like, wow, we don't always hear that. But so, it's always on your perspective and things. So just know that people are noticing the good work that we're doing. And I just really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'd like to piggyback on that comment to our Health and Human Services and our community partners, HOT, City of Placerville, our nonprofits, our faith community. It has really taken all of you to pull together to have a response that's appropriate to homelessness. And we figured out that path, and we're on that path. Is it perfect? No. It will never be perfect. And yet I am just really proud of all of your efforts. And what this presentation didn't show today is the immense work that our Health and Human Services staff has done in forging new relationships. And those new relationships have made all the difference in getting us to where we are today. And it's those new relationships, the trust, the capacity that you're building that will move us forward. And we couldn't have done this time last year because that wasn't in place. And I just really want to commend you for that. Really proud of your efforts, and we're here with you. And we will continue to evolve. And will it be perfect in a couple of months? No. How about next year? No. But we'll be further down the path. and just you've done incredible work, and that's something to build on. So thank you for all your
Well,
efforts.
please let us know how we can help. If the board can help by
Yeah.
authorizing funding, by working a program, by doing something that we can initiate, love to hear what that is, because we do want to be engaged.
Absolutely.
We want to be helpful, not harmful. So,
Absolutely.
but thank you, everybody, for all the hard work that went into this.
Yeah, I want to say the same thing. I want to piggyback on that. I want to thank you, even though I get a little bit testy at times. But you know what, my concerns is the employees that work here in these buildings here and stuff, and their safety. And that's one thing we need to concentrate is public safety. And I want to make sure that these people are secure when they walk out to their cars at night, because that has been a big issue. We've had certain instances, and I just can't let that happen. I can't, because it would be really bad for our county, but also I would, especially this board here too. So anything you can do, anything that you need, especially when it comes to that, let us know, please.
Thank you. We really appreciate the support. And I think I talk for all of, it is not only HHSA. We are carrying a lot of work. HOT is equally as involved. PD, there are so many partners that security, support, prevention. It really has been a collaborative effort. And I am so thankful for the partners that we have and the support that we've seen. I don't think that we would be where we're at today if we didn't have these relationships. So I'm very thankful for them.
All right, thanks so much. So at this point, let's take public comment on this item. Thank you so
please.
much for the
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
For being with us today.
Now taking public comment on item number 37. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on down, Peg. Welcome.
Welcome back.
Yeah. I'm Peg this time, not Maureen. First, I wanted to say I'm Peg Vanderkar from Placerville and from Housing El Dorado, by the way. I wanted to say thank you to the presentation, to the people presenting and all of the teamwork that they're doing. Some points that I thought about as I was listening, and I have to wear glasses to read this, so you're all blurry, sorry.
That's fine.
So first of all, this project, this center is a learning experience. And it's only 15 weeks in. I know a lot about the experience of the Hangtown Haven, and it built community, it built leadership, it did a variety of things, but I don't know how much of that was going after 15 weeks. Certainly by 15 months, it was doing better. A second thing that was mentioned is trust is key. And I want to emphasize that trust and familiarity with what's available. It takes a while for people to respond. I need to speak faster. I see the time. How many times have you been told by a doctor that you should do something, and how many touches of that does it take before you actually do it? Okay, living together skills are lacking. There's a great book called Make Your Bed.
Yes.
And I recommend that to everybody. Building community opportunities are going on, and I think they are increasing by what I've heard. That's key. What goes on during the day is key. And I've been concerned about the hollowness of what I knew about what was going on, but there's more. Housing El Dorado is working hard on and advocating for more housing and various kinds of housing. I want you to be aware of that. The ADUs being one project. We have a safe parking program going on, which is one that people have to apply for and be accepted for women and families with children. And the car has to be running and insured. The person has to be licensed. And there's a fourth requirement I'm not remembering right now. Let's see, running, insured, licensed. Well, there's number 4, sorry. Our homeless clients need to build familiarity with the options and begin to trust the options available. It's going to take a while. And then we have a concern, I personally do, and Housing El Dorado does too, about winter shelter for those who are not. So just keep that in your minds. We'll be back talking about that.
Thank you, Peg. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in the boardroom? Welcome
Hello
back,
again,
Mitch.
everybody. Sorry for coming up again. There's two things that I wanted to talk to you guys about. And now that I heard the conversations from these gentlemen and ladies, so all I've heard is questions from this board about how do we do this? Me, I've already shared with you guys, I come from the homeless community. I was there. I grew up in El Dorado County and in Placerville. At the age of 13, I was on the streets. I had an abusive mother that you knew. That was an alcoholic and a whore. So for me, I had a trauma from my childhood. And then I came back to this county, and then I find this county in blitherings and treating the homeless like crud. And excuse me for my language. But now I'm seeing the navigation. I'm seeing people trying to make an effort to make a change. You want change? Go to the homeless. Have somebody that's been from the homeless. Me personally, I'm tired of seeing this. I'm tired of seeing my friends get treated the way they do. I'm tired of harassment. I'm tired of seeing funds misdirected. I'm seeing things that should not happen to people, to human beings. So you want change? Come to somebody like me that just came to you, that just had an idea that is trying to be in recovery, to try and stay in recovery. My friends that are in the navigation, you spoke of one of them, Chris, your star child, according to your presentation. Chris, amazing man, veteran, served our country, amazing man, great brother. He has things that he's seen that he does not agree with. Jimmy A, Lena Childress, Angel Orozco, several of my friends that helped me when nobody, not ADSO, not PD, not mental health, nobody would help me. Those people would. So you want change? Do something about it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mitch. Appreciate your comments. Welcome back, Jane. We look forward to hearing your comments in context with this.
Okay, now this is what I actually came to say, and I didn't know Mitch was going to say that, so I just want to share with you. First of all, I think you're all doing a great job to get this off the ground and started. And yes, it's going to take a long time. It's going to take a long time because the services that are most needed are life skills and behavioral changes. And they're not in place right now. And they're needed. We are trying to help people who are used to feeling at risk. They've been alone on the streets, so they form little pseudo families to protect one another. But everyone who is out there feels at risk constantly. Now, because of that, when you go through that for a few years, you become accustomed to living in a kind of anarchy situation where what you need is the most important thing. What someone said to you, if it hit you the wrong way, is unforgivable. It's just me, because it's survival. It's not selfishness, it's fear. Now we have a bunch of people who are in this navigation center having behavioral issues that cause them to be exited. But they can't control, in many cases, their behavioral issues. One of the people that Mitch was talking about is a lady that I have taken into Sacramento twice because the NAV Center is helping her get her Social Security reinstated. They couldn't provide transportation, so I took her into Sacramento twice. The entire conversation it was hard to hear because everything felt so negative to her. But she was almost there. She was almost there. And she was asked to sign a behavioral agreement. And she was so incensed that she walked out of the NAV Center. Well, now she can't get back in. And yet this same woman texted me and told me what was going on. And I said, honey, you're a nice woman. You have moments where you're out of control, but you're a good woman. Why not sign it? You know you can live up to it. Just swallow your pride and go back in there and sign it. And I got back from her a text that said, God bless you. And this is a lady who has been exited for refusing to sign a behavioral agreement. My suggestion is, and I'm not going to make it in time, could we have something like a 3 strikes rule on certain negotiable issues like behavioral agreements before someone is thrown out? Or like Lena, who was venting and said something unforgivable and is no longer allowed. And I think she's going to die out under the bridge where she's camping alone.
Thank you, Jane. Appreciate
you.
your perspective and your experience.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Thank you for your comments, and let's go online. Oh, all right, come on down, Jonathan.
Hello again.
Hello.
Praise the Lord. We have my phone. Can you stop my clock for a minute, please? I don't understand why 15 weeks in, if a Bible study has been approved, and I hope it was Haley
Keep
talking.
talking the microphone, Jonathan, so we
Okay,
capture
if a
your.
Bible study was approved, since I've been only one out of 30, 35 churches that has been there every Sunday morning to pick up anyone wanting for church. Why am I not contacted? Ally, Temelin.
Speak to the board, Jonathan, and then we can, yeah.
Why has the hot team never contacted me when I've spoken to you 100+ times? I've spent hundreds of hours with you and the city council begging for a shelter, talking about Roxanne lighting herself on fire, talking about the girl whose tent was lit on fire, talking about the young man, Ron Amaral, who was hit by 60-mile-an-hour traffic going Upper Broadway. It would have been nice to have my clock return. Maybe you can donate me another 30 seconds.
We paused it.
We need a meeting of not only the homeless. The Continuum Care in Sacramento has more than one former homeless on it. We need chaperones in the library, because one Bible study I went to this week, the lady said that somebody was shooting up while it was story hour for little kids. We need somebody when there's story hour to watch over them, especially the men's restroom. It's wonderful that 30% of the residents are women, because countywide it's been 20%. But why is a hot team has never contacted me to speak about what would work? Why we need that $15 million of mental health to have a full-time psychiatric resident in the navigation center. We have the funding. It is mental health. We need respite houses. We need the live-in discipleship houses to have Randy Hoskins and the leader of Bob Durrell, and to be there one day a week at dinner time or before to build friends. We need relationships. You need a report back of we have 5 classes every day, and these are the classes that we have scheduled. There are video seminars. We need a meeting that I could meet. I've spent more time with the homeless from Upper Broadway than anybody in the county. Give me a chance to be part of the team, please.
We appreciate your advocacy, and we hear you. So thank you for your comments. Oh, phone, thank you.
Bad phone, bad.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly Nalawala.
Hello, Kelly.
Good afternoon again. Let's all say it together. Kelly Nalavaya. I know it's an awful one. Okay, as usual, I'm gonna have to be perceived as the devil's advocate. Ask a few questions based on listening to this whole thing and I'm pulling my hair out. First of all, where is the Volunteers of America? As the presenter was going on, we're learning as we go. We're new to this. We don't necessarily know what we're doing until we do it and it doesn't work, or it does work. Where is the Volunteers of America? I thought they were the ones subcontracted to be the lead on this, the professionals, the people that we're paying a lot of money to facilitate this very expensive 2-year experiment. Secondly, And again, it's been a while since we talked about this topic. As a parent of a currently sober addict, going through the process of addiction treatment, withdrawal, addiction treatment, withdrawal, relapse, addiction treatment, withdrawal, I can tell you that AA meeting is not going to cut it. When we are dealing with mentally ill and addicts, if we don't have them in proper treatment, they're going to be repeat offenders. That's just a fact. That is not my opinion. And we are being delusional when we say, if you come and go, and if you don't come for 5 days, then you can't come back again. We are missing the boat. The majority of these people need inpatient medical care. If they don't wish to have that, then we've got a different process of potentially having to let our sheriff's department and HOT team do their job, which sometimes jail is a wonderful step to rehabilitation. And I know that sounds harsh, that sounds horrible. But again, I'm a mother who let her son go to jail at the advice of our beloved sheriff, crying to him on the phone, telling me to trust the process. And guess what? It worked. So I think that we are going up a really dangerous slope here in one, obviously entrusting Volunteers of America to be the lead on this, because I'm still confused if they can't even have dog food and clothing. And basically, what exactly are they doing? The fact that now our Placer Fairgrounds residents feel endangered, including their children, show that we have a problem there with this whole system of it's not a shelter. It's a treatment facility. It is not a short-term shelter. That's like loaves and fishes. You come, you go, you come, you go, you get a meal and you're done. So I really hope we're going to have more conversation about this because I am extremely frustrated. Thank you so much.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hello, Leo.
Hi, greetings, everybody. My name actually is Leo Benet Cochon, but I'll answer to any anglicized version. Anyway, I don't want to be competitive with Jonathan. He's a wonderful, wonderful person and friend, but I also have 50 years experience, starting at age 20 in an immigrant community, bringing homeless home, and bless their hearts, they would get up at night and make sure my beloved mother was safe because her crazy son was bringing people home from downtown San Diego. I agree with what I'm hearing, that you are on the right path. It is a learning curve. Every county, every shelter, every step, every person is unique. And I agree with Supervisor Thomas that you guys are doing what you can and you're making progress. And we have to keep the eye on the prize that Supervisor Thomas and Supervisor Parlin, bless you for figuring out a compromise and getting us on this path. In my experience of these 50 years, focusing on the vulnerable populations of women, seniors, and vets, let's hope you can get 100%. None of those vulnerable populations should be on the street. Navigation Center is part of that, but again, echoing your staff, teamwork is how you get to the dream if you add patience and collaboration and multiple solutions. So kudos to your probation department, Health and Human Services, the sheriff, Placerville PD, the library. I mean, you just have such great collaboration. And in my experience, again, 97 touches, 100 touches, you never know when trust will bridge that gap. And I just urge you to keep on this path. Nobody in our society with the amount of wealth we have is unhoused. And I want to share that there are other solutions that are low cost. I've been in Tracy. They have a safe campground with the sheriff's department, the vans that you spoke about, bringing services to them. We need many more options, but thank you for staying the course. Thank you for taking my comment.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
She dropped off. Did she drop off?
Yeah.
So that's it. All right.
Let me see if she's still on.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see her.
All right, so thank you all for your comments, and we'll bring this back to the board. This is.
Oh, wait, Tracy just came back.
Okay, you can invite her in.
Oh, hey guys. So I was originally calling in with a question. I wanted to know if the navigation center was still COVID testing everyone. So I heard of an older lady who wasn't allowed in because she had failed her COVID test. She popped a positive and had no symptoms and was sent out into the cold. That made me sad. If you're going to use our money this way, at least take care of people. Now I have to comment on this. I am really kind of sickened to realize that this lady Lena is being exploited by Olivia. Olivia, do better. This woman was kicked out of the program and you come and share her story like she's one of your success stories. You kicked her out for not signing her behavioral contract. That's disgusting to me. I also, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure we caught her, Olivia, giving us an inaccurate number for the homeless count. It was like hundreds off from the sheriff's back when she got you guys to declare the emergency. I remember like a number of 6 something, and today we have 433. So that's a little confusing, maybe some clarification on that. I also think the success of the program should be based on people moving quickly through it and how many people have actually exited and successfully exited. Like that's just kind of, to me, it should be a basic update. I've also heard the terrible things about the fair grounds, and I was going to play that. Let me see if it'll work. Let's see. Also, why don't we have an update on this from the sheriff? So I'd like to know how many calls sheriffs and PD have been made. I heard it's 120 service calls. Let's see if I can get this to play. Some of it we might get through. Can you guys hear this? Can you guys hear this at all?
Yeah, Tracy.
Yes.
No.
No. Okay, so then you guys couldn't hear the video?
No.
Okay, well, I'll email it to you. But basically, the lady from the fair was giving an update on the fair stuff to the Taxpayers Association. So that's all on record on Monday in public on their Facebook page, around 24 minutes. And she mentions the homeless coming to the fairgrounds and people being afraid that work there and having to lock their doors. And this is all due to the navigation center proximity. She says there's still like 18 people living in a camp right down the street. So I just thought that stuff should be included in the update. That's all I got today. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, great. We'll bring this back to the board. Like I said, this is a presentation. I just would like to get one clarity from a question that I heard. And Sergeant Stelz, I guess this question is for you. Can you clarify that for those that behave badly, is jail a piece of the puzzle?
No, we're not part of the BOA's behavioral contract. So if they're exited due to behavior, that we're not notified.
No, but I mean, with if folks exit out of the navigation center and find themselves in the community behaving badly, I mean, jail is still a piece of the puzzle for those that break the law.
Absolutely. If they
Yes.
commit a crime on a
Exactly.
case by case basis, yes. Right.
Yeah,
But
so I
they
think
would
that's
have to,
important.
yes,
If they break the law, and that is a piece of the puzzle.
that is.
Absolutely. So I think that's an important distinction to make, that we're expanding the tools in our toolbox to help folks wherever they are and to help to keep our community safe and to meet them where they are.
And I've heard also sometimes jail is a piece of the puzzle, because in there they get clean and sober, and then sometimes that's when they're ready to also move forward in their life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Although I will say the hot team really does try to, along with enforcement, we always offer, even if we're conducting an enforcement action, we also pepper that with the outreach aspect, because
Excellent.
that's what we do.
Excellent.
So.
All right, thank you so much. All right, any final comments on this item? All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. Really appreciate that. And this is an evolving issue, and look forward to working with you to move us forward.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll have our last item of the day, which is the presentation of our Youth Commission.
We've had
All right. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are back for our final board action of the day. It is a presentation that this board looks forward to every single year, and that is the annual presentation of the El Dorado County Youth Commission. And it is just my pleasure to have the 2023 Youth Commission here in the room along with their advisors. And so, Kim, with that, will you read the presentation and then we will invite them up.
Item number 38 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board receive a presentation from the 2022-2023 El Dorado County Youth Commission and present certificates of recognition to each commissioner.
And before we have, first, we're going to have the presentation. And I think as a little background, it's important to recognize that the Youth Commission was created by the Board of Supervisors in 2004. Which is quite amazing. And for the last 18 years, our board is, or the El Dorado County Youth Commission has worked with the board to represent our county's youth perspective, which is so critical. And our Youth Commission is committed to continuing a positive youth mental health state and improving and building quality resources to support the students in El Dorado County, especially around wellness, which we have seen, especially in the last couple of years, that is a continuing and a dire need. And I will tell you, as we had a glimpse of this group last year when they were before us for Shadow Day, but this is a very, very talented group of students who are deeply committed to our community. And I'll tell you, in their hands, our future is bright. So with that, it is my pleasure to turn it over to you. And we welcome you to the Board of Supervisors, and we can't wait to see what you have done this last year. So please come forward, and the floor is yours.
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Lauren Sumimoto. I am a junior at Oak Ridge High School, and I represent District 1. This year, I have the honor of being the co-chair of the El Dorado County Youth Commission.
Hello, my name is Mahi Hiswani. I'm also a junior at Oak Ridge High School, and I'm also another co-chair of the El Dorado County Youth Commission.
We are so excited for the opportunity to share and express some of the things we've been working on this year, and to have the opportunity to update you all on Youth Commission activities and things that we're hoping for in the future.
We really appreciate the very kind introduction and your continued support of the Youth Commission, and we hope you enjoy our presentation today.
Hi, my name is Sophia Sumimoto, and I am a sophomore at Oak Ridge High School, and I represent District 3. The Youth Commission helps identify the needs of our county's youth and communicate those needs to our local representatives. The Board of Supervisors and the El Dorado County Office of Education co-sponsor the Youth Commission, which develops and expresses the opinions, ideas, and visions of the youth in our county.
Hi, my name is Kara Chavez. I'm a sophomore at Oak Ridge High School, and this is my first year on Youth Commission. Students on the Youth Commission participate as a youth government and gain an enriching leadership experience. The Youth Commission is always looking for ways to help youth implement projects and ideas that benefit the community. We found as youth commissioners, we have the opportunity and the platform to be able to work with other community leaders and organizations within our county. This year, we were able to connect with several different community organizations to be able to help advocate for youth issues. One of those organizations was the Behavioral Health Commission. I had the opportunity to serve as a commissioner for the past year and to be able to speak and voice the opinions of youth when it comes to mental health and wellness in our county.
Two of us, Lauren and myself, also served on the California Youth Advocacy Network's Youth Board of Directors, which focused on campaigning for a tobacco-free California. We hosted an event called Youth Quest in March with hundreds of other youth advocates, and also a march outside the Capitol for this very same cause.
I also had the honor of being a part of the El Dorado Hills Community Council and being able to speak as a youth within the community and to be able to share what I think that we can do to better support youth within El Dorado Hills.
Additionally, we had the California Health Improvement Plan Task Force, which I had the opportunity to be able to sit in on and to be able to observe what our county officials and what community leaders are doing to truly support youth moving forward in the future. Our commissioners also participated in the National Week of Conversation, which was a set of Zoom meetings where youth from all over the country discussed polarizing issues in a way that fostered collaboration and communication and being able to discuss these difficult issues with one another. And finally, we were also able to work with and collaborate a little bit with NAMI El Dorado, which is a local mental health organization. We had the fortunate opportunity to meet with their president and also be able to open up a conversation about mental health, stigma, and being able to create positive mental health solutions within our high schools. Hi, my name is Macy Little. I'm a senior at El Dorado High School and I represent District 5. In September, commissioners had the opportunity to attend Bridging Divides in Cameron Park. This was like a depolarization and communication workshop. Many people from the county attended, a very diverse group. There were different sectors. So we had an education sector, a public health sector, public safety. And I think it was a really great opportunity for all of us to learn about conversational and thinking skills and connect on a really unique level to our community.
Hi, I'm Lucas Johnston. I'm a senior at El Dorado High School, and I represent District 3. At this event, we learned how to have effective conversations without allowing personal biases getting in the way. In one such activity, we partnered up and one person presented about any topic they wished while the other listened. Afterwards, the listener would then present the key points of what the presenter said in a way that was unbiased. And those types of conversations proved effective in building connections between different aspects of our community.
This year, compared to past years, the commission did take a little bit more of a unique approach to how we wanted to represent the voices of the youth in our county. In past years, we focused more on something called Wellness Week, which you may have recalled from our presentation last year. This year, we had a more conversation-driven approach, which led us to things that you will hear about later in this presentation. So really, after events like Bridging Divides, we were inspired to really make it a priority to focus on empowering students to build these connections, just like we had been able to build these connections by participating in these kinds of events.
Hi, I'm Amelia Del Molino. I'm a junior at El Dorado High School and I represent District 5. Throughout our youth commission meetings, we have identified our main issue as ensuring that students at our high schools feel safe and feel supported. And we also look to improve campus culture, and we have identified a solution for this through our peer advocacy program. And each time that we do get together and have these conversations, we truly feel that this is the best way for students on our campuses to really just feel supported and just improve general campus culture.
And one way we kind of reach that decision or solution is meeting with Mr. Smith and analyzing data from various surveys conducted among the youth in our county, finding that over 80% of our county's youth either struggle with anxiety or identify it as one of the major pressing issues on their campus and in their lives. That's something that really, again, geared our approach towards mental health as it had in years past, but just in a little bit different way. And like Emmy mentioned, that's where we found peer advocacy to be a unique and fulfilling solution.
We also learned about the peer advocacy program from Mr. Bryant at Golden Sierra High School. And we've kind of learned how they conduct that program and how we can make that program fit into our different high schools, because we do know that every high school is unique. And we have learned about their trainings, how they assign the counselors to students, and his insight has really assisted us in figuring out how we can make this program work for the other high schools.
That was just kind of a summary of our approach before you hear more about the peer advocacy program from other commissioners.
Hi, my name is Brenna Potter. I'm a junior at El Dorado High School and I represent District 3.
And I am Zofia Bradford from Golden Sierra High School and I represent District 4. The peer advocacy programs we were supporting, the peer advocacy programs we're supporting could be based on Golden Sierra's. Golden Sierra's peer advocacy program has mentors trained in confidentiality, communication, mindfulness, mental health, and coping strategies. The 9th grade students each have a mentor, and mentors have 7 to 10 mentees.
The role of mentors is to listen to their mentees and guide them to the resources that they may need. They also present to 9th grade health classes about various mental health issues and solutions in order to increase social awareness. They also work with 7th and 8th graders in order to build community and build their program.
Hi, I'm Katie Mateo. I'm a senior at Ponderosa High School and I represent District 4. Students have indicated that they feel more comfortable talking to another student, and this is usually because of common experiences that most teenagers face. And 58.1% of mentees from Golden Sierra said that they felt more comfortable talking to their advocate or their mentor than an adult.
The peer advocacy program is unique in the way that it does two things simultaneously. It tackles our goal of improving county's mental health while also improving campus culture from school to school. And that's by taking at the root level, empowering these students to watch out for others and practice listening and watching out for others' mental health.
Hi, my name is Grace Lawson. I'm a senior at Ponderosa High School and I represent District 2.
And I'm Avery Sheridan and I go to Charter University Prep High School and I represent District 4. Our upcoming goals include establishing peer advocacy programs district-wide in fall of 2023, as well as hosting on-site events to recruit mentors for these programs.
Another one of our goals is as we establish these programs, these peer advocacy programs at each high school, we want to customize these programs to fit each high school's unique needs and demographics. So one way that we'll do this is different levels of the peer advocacy program, whether that's a class level, it's a class in the schedule, there are students in the class and it's, 4th period, whatever. Or a club where it's after school, or during our flex times or whatever that may be at certain schools. That just depends on the size of the school and what they need. And how we're going to figure out what they need is by working with campus administrators to really get in touch with what the school needs, what their demographics are, how they think it's going to work best with the school, and just really customizing this peer advocacy program to work for each individual campus. We also want to incorporate peer advocacy with existing on-site programs such as the wellness centers, which I'll touch on in a second, but also Friday Night Live and most importantly, Link Crew, because they already have a really great foundation of working with freshmen. So we want to work with those established on-site programs as we grow our peer advocacy program. We also want to use peer advocacy as a tool to increase awareness of the wellness centers and other existing resources on campus that can really help students in tandem with peer advocacy.
We, as the Youth Commission, are so lucky to have the opportunity to work with the Board of Supervisors and to have the opportunity to voice our interests and issues that we see within youth every single day. It's truly an honor and we're so grateful to have the opportunity to present in front of you today, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Does that blow your mind?
Yeah, unbelievable. How efficient.
I know.
Very informative.
What a talented group of young
Yes.
people. Well done, well done. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to take any board questions at this point, and then we'll invite the commissioners to come up and receive their certificates. We'll then do a group photo opportunity. I'd like to have a photo op with the board in front of the podium, and we'll take public comments and then finish this item up. But just really well done. So any board questions? at this point?
Well, I'll
Dr.
just
Lane.
start by saying this program's new to me, as
Mhm.
everything is. Every day is like a birthday party for me. But wow, it's so impressive. And I heard you say in the beginning that they had shadowed the board early on in the year, and I think we need to shadow them.
I agree with you.
It's really amazing. Kudos to you. My advice to you would be to remember this type of training and the things you've learned and take it through the rest of your life so that hopefully we can come to a point in time in our society where we are better listeners and we're more open to each other and our differences. So important. Kudos to you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Supervisor Lane.
I'll go. Peer advocacy is a great tool. So you've arrived at a solution set that I think is really right on in terms of trying to make sure everybody feels comfortable. They can express their anxiety, their opinions, whatever, to somebody that they feel comfortable in talking to. And then that person can seek support for them or refer them to a counselor or whatever the degree of need is based upon, those discussions. So that's a great entryway and a great way to start a relationship building process that's only going to get better over time. So kudos for that. I did have one question relative to the statistic on 80% of our county's youth that struggle with anxiety. Do we have any sense of whether COVID changed that number? Was it 80% pre-COVID roughly? And it's been the same, or did COVID drive a lot more anxiousness within our youth? Because I sense that's what happened during COVID, is it just created fear and anxiety and it wasn't helpful, but I'm curious if you had data on that.
So I can't point you to exact data from like 2019 to 2022 because what we're looking at right now is 2022 data.
Right.
But what I can say from conversations, like I mentioned, that we've had among ourselves as commissioners and with other youth on campus, that the pandemic has most likely made that number to what it is, like that 80% statistic. Just in conversation, we realized that the pandemic, the isolation that came with that, and the
Right.
sort of campus culture that emerged after the pandemic is contributing to a lot of those negative mental health issues that we're seeing so prevalent on campuses today.
So hopefully the peer advocacy will move us beyond that over a period of time and we'll get back to a more normal state, whatever that is. But yeah, thank you.
I just want to say thank you for all your efforts and stuff. And you are the future of El Dorado County. So thank you very much for all your efforts and reaching out and following us, our board. Very important. Thank you.
Well done. This is really exciting to see the results of your work this year. And I'm curious, because you're just starting on this, correct? So do you anticipate that the future commissions will come in behind you guys and continue this work, and then we'll get to hear the results? Is that how you see it happening, or?
I think our envisionment of kind of how this process is going to work is we really want to be kind of the root start of these programs and to use our individual opportunity on each campus to start these programs. And then hopefully they kind of breathe life into itself and be able to blossom on their own and just be able to form and transform into whatever each individual campus needs. And at that point, Youth Commission would kind of take their hands off and be able to allow it to grow on its own.
Very good. Thank you. And just thank you all for stepping up and taking this on. I just see you guys as so brave. Really, I don't think I would have ever done anything like this when I was in high school. So thank you, really.
Excellent. And I loved your thought about the recognizing what has happened on your with your campus culture. And that thought of a campus culture applies to what we're seeing across our communities, whether it's a county culture or whether it's a community culture. Those are just symptomatic of the anxiety that you are that you have highlighted. And I love that you are getting to the root cause of what we're seeing in our interactions with each other and really tackling it head on. I was blown away with your presentation in regards to the amount of deep connections that each of you have made in the community, whether it's on the Behavioral Health Commission, and my goodness, or the different tying in with the larger community, what's the word, efforts, whether it's Apex or studies, and you've plugged into those community efforts to help understand what's going on in a larger context. And that has helped inform your work this year. So I really commend all of you. It would be so easy. I mean, we tend to do this, you can get just engrossed in your little bubble in, your world, especially your world is there's so much pressure on you. There's so much demands on you with school, with work, with just figuring out what you're going to do with your future. And yet you've been willing to step outside of that and connect with a larger community despite all those demands to really understand the root of what your peers are experiencing in order to best address their needs. And I really commend you for that. And I love you've taken that deep dive and then you've come up with a solution based on best practices that you've seen in your research and connected with those resources rather than just inventing the wheel, and then bringing that back to your respective schools, recognizing that in our vast and broad county, our schools are vastly different, and being willing and figuring out a program to meet the individual needs of your peers. And just really excited and inspired by your work this year. So just really commend all of you. And I'd also like to highlight the support team that you have in your efforts this year. And that's been your new Youth Commission advisor, Kevin Potter. And Kevin is new this year. And Kevin, I commend you for the way you've dug in and organically supported these students. It's been from my perspective as a board liaison, just an amazing year. And it's just been a privilege to see you all just grow together and blossom in your capacity. And then Matt Smith, thank you for being here today. Your official title is EDCO's Director of Mental Health and Wellness, which has been such an important addition to the EDCO staff, recognizing the critical importance of mental health in our students, in our community, in our world. And so love that you're here today and have tied in and are partnering with the efforts that are going on at EDCO. And then Michael Gillespie, wave your hand here. He's EDCO's liaison to the Youth Commission. So just have tremendous respect for all of you. And it's been a privilege to see you all work together. Also tackling I appreciate your comment, Supervisor Parlin, on how will the efforts of this Youth Commission translate to the next year's. And want to let this board know that a part of that is how changes we've made to how we're seating the Youth Commission. And, I came onto this, I inherited the Youth Commission because I wanted it badly. But prior to this, our process has been to not look at the next commissioners till the fall, beginning of the next year's school year. So it would be, we'd start taking applications and reviewing those at the beginning of next school year. And we realized that was too late because we lost a whole bunch of time that your work couldn't really get started till November or so. Then you're into the holidays, and then the school year goes very, very quickly after the holidays. And so they needed more time. And so what we've done is our current process, actually, let me read this. At the March 29th, 2023 meeting of the El Dorado Youth Commission, the commissioners voted to deviate from the historical timeframe to enable the 23-24 commissioners to be seated at the beginning of the school year by moving the application process release date to April 1st with a deadline of May 15th. And with the deviation this year to this timeline, it will provide the commission with some data in updating the process. They'll come back with that. So the 2023-24 Youth Commission will be looking at updating the bylaws to reflect this practice, but it will allow the new commissioners to come on and be there's some handoff. So they're ready to hit the ground running at the beginning of the school year, which I think is going to be a really good tweak to this. So any final comments from the board?
Continuous improvement. I love it.
Right?
Help us understand how we can be better,
Yes,
right?
you guys have really rocked it this year. Just let's give them a round of applause. So with that, I would like to invite Kevin, would you like to come up and we'll present the certificates? And yes. Kevin, please, I was remiss in not inviting you to do that. Shame on me. And absolutely, we would love to hear your comments. Welcome, Kevin.
My name's Kevin Potter.
I think you're also a proud dad over there, aren't you?
I am, but I kind of just wanted to talk to them because I won't have an opportunity to do so as a group.
Go for it.
But you guys have been.
Use the microphone though, so we can hear you.
Use the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay, C- for me. Working with you guys, coming into this program and not really knowing what it was about or how much we could accomplish. I felt like the new guy, and you guys really accepted me, and you guys really inspire me on a daily basis, including today. I just really appreciate being a part of this team, and you guys make me proud to be in this county and work with youth. And those two gentlemen in the back, ditto to them for supporting us and supporting me. But I'm proud of you, and I'm sad to see you seniors go. But I'm really excited to work with those of you who aren't seniors. You want me to stand here now? don't
Yes,
wanna fail
I
again.
do. Wonderful. And so we'll, so in order, Avery Sheraton, please come up and. And then just stay standing up here, and then we'll get a group picture when everyone's done. So Grace Lawson. Kara Chavez, and we're finishing up her first year. Katie Mateo. Lauren Sumimoto. The lone male in this group, Lucas Johnston. Macy Little. Mahi Hezwani. Sophia Sumimoto. Rena Potter. And then Sophia Bradford. Unfortunately, Amelia had to leave early. And then I have a presentation, Certificate of Appreciation awarded to Kevin Potter, Youth Commission
Kevin.
Advisor. So with that, I'd like to invite the board. Yeah. Actually, let's come right here. Yeah. We might have to go 2 rows.
You can come forward, board stand behind them. Perfect. And we will figure out your faces. We'll figure out how to do this.
Matt, you gotta come in here too. All right, Matt, come on here.
Or if you're gonna have to-
Make sure everyone can see Carla, that way she can see our face. Come on in here, George. We should have.
No,
some of them are tall.
Thank you, Carla.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I learned a lot.
So at this point, we're open on public comment. We're not done yet, so have a seat. Okay. So Kim, let's open up public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 38. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Would anyone in the boardroom like to come up and address the board on this item for some final comments?
Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Hello, Kelly.
Hi. She didn't even tackle the last name this time. That's fine. Hi, amazing youth. I'd like to share some insight from somebody who is what I hope you will be someday, which is somebody who questions, with somebody who contradicts when it's appropriate, when somebody who researches, and somebody who comes up with their own thoughts and opinions. What I'd like to apologize for on behalf of our county and our state is that we allowed propaganda and scare tactics to put our students into a situation where 80% of you are suffering from anxiety and depression, high suicide rates, falling scores, being behind in school, losing sports time, some kids losing graduations and proms, all because we believed what turned out to not necessarily be factual. So always, I was so proud of Oak Ridge and Ponderosa when you stood up and said, you know what, we are done masking our faces. The science doesn't support this. We want to smile, we want to breathe, we want the choice. And it was a proud moment. I do have a question though, and maybe this was addressed. I love mentor programs. I think they're amazing. I would like to know if the kids go through any kind of training on mandated reporting. Obviously, they could be confronted with some very serious issues, abuse, harassment, confusions, suicidal ideology, all those messy, ugly things that adults really should be confronting, but they might feel uncomfortable thinking that this is a private and confidential relationship and not really know what to do with that and not really know that they too are just developing thoughts and feelings and understandings about some very complex things. And they would never want it on their conscience to help somebody, perhaps, and I'm going to be really graphic, maybe help somebody go get an abortion because in California, they don't need their parents' permission and think they're being helpful. And then that person is scarred, perhaps for the rest of their lives because they didn't get the right counseling and help. So I really hope that's part of the program. Otherwise, I think it's absolutely wonderful. And keep questioning, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, Leo Bennett Cochon, Shingle Springs. I certainly appreciate you saving the best for last on a fun meeting. Kudos to the youth commissioners for all their work, and kudos to both the advisor and especially Supervisor Thomas for their contributions. I like the shout out for Bridging Divides El Dorado and hope that a majority of the board finds a way to go there and participate this Saturday in Cameron Park. Obviously, I'm on the other side of a divide, and my shout out is to all the youth who did follow my reading of the science and masked and protected us elders who are 70 and older. One suggestion for future youth commissions is perhaps having one joint meeting with the Commission on Aging that was recognized today. This is somewhat of tongue-in-cheek, but there is a saying that women hold up half the sky, and on the board, 60% of you are women, and if the Youth Commission is the future, I'm hopeful because 90% are women. I just think it's time for us old men to pass the torch. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
So with that, this was a presentation and a celebration of just your wonderful efforts this year. There's no board action to take. But we just want to recognize each and every one of you for your contribution to this work this year, your commitment to our community and to the future of El Dorado County. And to those seniors, just happy graduation, just excited to see where you go. Just know that you'll have a really strong foundation on which to build your future because you've done amazing work here. And for those who are returning, we look forward to working with you. Hopefully you'll continue the work on the Youth Commission, and we'll look forward to welcoming you back in the fall for our Youth Shadow Day. So just congratulations, well done, and wish you all the best as your school year wraps up. So let's give our Youth Commission a round of applause.
Great summertime. That's important too, right? Enjoy the months off before you get energized and go back to school. So, yeah.
Yeah, and be safe.
Amen. And with that, we're adjourned for the day.
we're
It
adjourned.
is.
I would like.
Yes. Oh, pardon me. Yes. Thank
So
you.
I would like to close in memory of a individual who contributed a lot to El Dorado County, to the community of El Dorado Hills, and was a close friend of mine, Jeff Haberman. So I want to read just a short recital about Jeff's life. Jeff Donovan Haberman of El Dorado Hills passed away peacefully on April 6th, 2023 at the age of 67. Jeff started as a draftsman at the age of 18 and opened his own business 22 years later, the Home Design Group, which he ran for 37 years. During Jeff's career, he designed homes in every county of California, and there's 58 of them, as well as homes in Alaska, Washington, Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, Hawaii, Japan, and Samoa. He designed over 300 homes in Serrano and El Dorado Hills. Jeff was not just a successful businessman, he was also a dedicated member of El Dorado Hills community. He and his wife, Rhonda, were active members of the El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce and served on its board of directors for many years. He also served as a volunteer on the County Building Industry Advisory Committee for over 15 years and was formerly the District 1 Planning Commissioner for a short period of time. So I just wanted to recognize all the things that Jeff and his wife Rhonda contributed to El Dorado Hills and El Dorado County for so many years. Again, a volunteer that was just outstanding in his contributions of his time to our community.
Thank you, Supervisor Heidel. Most appropriate. Yeah. Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned in his honor, in his name.
Thank you.
Thank you.